Hello everybody, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormsayer2146. It's Sunday, the 5th of February 2023. We return to our modded Factorio run today to grow our factory even more. Mostly rearranging that we're doing, so last session was a pretty good start to that. I want to build a rail grid, like a square-based rail system, because I've never done it before and this seems like a good opportunity to do it. So we started moving into the grid last week, having designed it, last session, sorry, having designed it in previous sessions. We got power set up, which is very nice to get out of the way. We just feed water in, gets converted into biomethanol, which is burned to produce the electricity in a big scale, so that's a big win to have that in place. We then set up some meteor defense, just enough for now. It seems good, you know, avoid some damage, which is great. And then we started in the last session setting up the area where we're going to produce the fuel for the trains. So that's, I suppose, where we'll carry on from today. Get fuel set up, get some train depots set up, and then start moving elements of the initial starter base into the grid system bit by bit. Still not sure if we'll return to space today. Could be towards the end, it's possible, or it might be in the next session that we return to like space science and progression in that direction, but we'll see. We'll hop back in and get a move on. Hello Aki, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay, where are we up to then? We need to take down the little bit I put in, as we did work out the numbers at the end of the last session. Just took some confusion. We worked out, I think it's each pump is producing 40 crude per second, I think is what we concluded. So we'll work on that basis. Everything okay? Good. Glad to hear. All good with me. Yeah. That little cut on my finger is still a bit painful today, but that's normal, you know, it's healing. It's only a little cut, it shouldn't be bothering me so much. But fine. Right, so from what I remember, yeah, we're going to set up 100 oil refineries here. This is the space we've got to work in. I wonder about doing them on the other side, maybe. We need to refine, crack, produce the fuel, and then potentially bottle up, or whatever it's called, barrel up the leftovers of other stuff if we want to use it elsewhere. So I do feel like maybe refining here and in this direction, northeast corner, and cracking towards the northwest, and then something like that. So I think we will flip side. Which means maybe moving those tanks as well. Definitely moving this one. That there for now. See. Okay, so if these are going to go the other way. First line. That's the second one. Third one's there. It's two down here. In this direction instead. about the middle, maybe more like down here a bit. Come in the corner of the square that constitutes the field, like here. Give that a go. Group here. Pull them down to the bottom. Do that. Turn that one round. Move all these over a little bit. Not quite. Like that. There we go. Let's then fit into the last one. In this lot. Again. None of them turn around very good. Go out of this side. Go, next one up. So we want this group over here. Go up there. Get there maybe. So we've got another group there, there and there. Let's do this one next to that one. Can. And from there. Next to this one. That'll do. Then two more into the top of the tanks. Could be this one. That'll do. That one can't go there because of that underground. Let's rotate this. Point it there instead. This one can join on that row. Good. Connect all the pumps. The tanks are full, I guess, so we're not going to see it. Just add one or a couple. We should see all the pumps start moving. No, not all of them. Yeah, they're all going. Most of them. I think, yeah, there's just not enough requirement, so they're not all moving. They are all connected up. That'll be fine. I need to clear out all these little rocks and stuff. Expand our power grid all the way over. Making it like a 10 by 10 grid of binaries, which I'm not even sure that's going to fit here, to be honest. Meteors out the way as well. I can copy paste it, yeah. If I clear everything out first, which actually does look like we've done it all if I zoom out. Let's try it. There. But the range on these bots isn't particularly fast, we still have to run around. But yeah, these are actually fast, aren't they? We upgraded the bot's speed, so they're faster than I'm used to at least. That's all good. Okay, refinery. Furthest right I want to go is that one. And that fits 10 across with a little bit of room, not much, but a little. We can. They're going to be doing advanced oil. We need to get those in, which will be fine like that. These out. Like that, and the next one, so we can't go there because we won't be able to get it in and out, so we need to go up one in order to fit all the pipe work in. Why don't we do that pipe work? This one over as well, then we can copy paste that too. Doubt I have enough pipes on me to do all 100. That's that a lot. The last one doesn't need the end caps. We can copy all that. Going up, so that's 10, 20, 30. Gonna need to move that water tank pipes. Deal with that in a bit. Do that there for now. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, double that. Might need some like pumps or even bigger pipes maybe, I don't know. What will fit in? That's 100. Maybe some space at the top here to accumulate and store stuff, and then we'll head west to do the cracking. And actually might do flaring at the top here, I guess. The excess quantity that we don't need of anything. But yeah, we do need a lot more pipe. Among other stuff. So let's the refineries put into place, we've got them on us. Head back to base and resupply on all the other elements, more power poles, more pipes, more underground pipes. Everything. What do I do off stream? Don't play more. I do play more, yeah. Not more Factorio, but other games. There's like games I own that won't be very good for streaming, like not interesting to watch, so I play them in my own time. Every day I make sure to like cook a proper lunch as well, so before every stream I do some cooking and have a proper meal, so I think that's healthy, you know, time away from the screen and stuff like that. Sometimes I go for a walk, you know, if the weather's good. the right time of year, I like to go work in my garden. You know, just little bits, don't do much out there, just some little bits and pieces. But mostly I just, yeah, play more games. Most of the time. And, you know, watch other streamers and stuff like that, stay connected to communities, bigger pictures. Put the leftover refineries in there. Just dump out all the random stone and rubbish we picked up in the process. Rare metals we can put in here. Oh, yeah, so I wanted to flip that round, didn't I? Start actually making more drills as well with the rare metals. Plenty of spare for other bits and pieces we might want. Any junk we can get crushed off here. I think that's all fine, really. I do need to set up Tesla coil production because I decided I want it, but we may do that in a while. Come back and tear it out, set up production of Tesla coils, additional electric engines, energy absorbers and a few batteries to put in the trains, make them even faster. Pipe I need before I go back. Chest down here somewhere. Grab all of it, maybe. Few of them, more straight ones, but yeah, grab a whole bunch. Gonna need it, definitely. Do exercise? Not often. I own a like a machine here. I've got a home gym, so once or twice a week, maybe for an hour, a little less. I tend to do it more in the summer. I like to do it like in the morning when I wake up, and in the winter when I wake up it's just dark and I'm miserable, so I can't be bothered, which I wouldn't say I have like a healthy attitude or approach to the exercise. I do walk a lot because I enjoy that, so I'm generally quite healthy, just not very fit and not very strong. There. Have a good stress-free life. Yeah. It has its stresses, but I think, like in general, I'm pretty good at managing them, so I don't struggle and don't suffer with it. I just learned that through experience, you know. 10 years ago I suffered very badly with stress and stuff, so came with experience in life that I manage it better. I used to have a well-paid job, not amazing, like I say, wasn't like millions of pounds or anything silly like that, but enough to like buy a home gym, enough to have a nice car and a house of my own and stuff like that. So my biggest stresses at the moment is that I bought all that when I had a good job, and now I have to pay for it when I don't have a nice job. I have a nice job, I don't have a well-paid job is all I mean. So yeah, like the stresses of money that everyone always has to deal with it's always going to be a case, you know. But other than that, my day-to-day is very relaxed. I get up when I want to, I exercise if I feel like it, and play games all day if that's what I want to do with my day. Yeah, it's a lot more relaxed than when I used to work. It wasn't 9 to 5; it was like 8 till 5. More power poles. Make a few. Probably enough to finish this off, but we probably need more before we move on. Which is fine because we need the chemical plants when we move on anyway. You know. Stress free with big money, yeah, just a couple hours a day in engineering, yeah. Yeah, if you can get a good deal, good setup, money to be had, and don't necessarily have to do full days, it would be quite nice, I guess. Probably do the same with a bit of, you know, like freelance programming or stuff like that, or whatever. The opposite. I did have a housemate at one point when I was at uni who had an easy engineering job, like at a university. You know, in engineering research and stuff, but your job's not like that, yeah. Lots of stress, lots of hours, and not enough money. That's typical of most jobs. Need more power poles now. Did I make them? Those are the medium ones. Some more anyway. Have to be somewhere where we had wood. Around here. Maybe I didn't set them up. When you finish with that, can we move Factorio to Saturday? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to work probably tomorrow morning on what next week's schedule is going to be like, but I can do Factorio probably on Thursday still, and then Saturday as well, yeah. Something new on Sundays probably. Really thought we did set up production of them. Copper cable and wood, maybe not. Just do it here. Probably find it afterwards, I do have. No big deal. We just bring this copper further up. Make them silly me. No worries, yeah. In case when you're around. A little messy there. That's copper cable, and then that's the actual power poles. There we go. And that's very quick to make, so we'll have loads of those in no time. Do a bit of handcrafting too while we're here. Probably enough pipe for now. But we probably, I think we're going to want more flare stacks. And I don't think this is going to be enough. But the 17 we've got is going to be enough to clear through 100 refineries worth of stuff. What do we need? Some green chips. Some steel. 15 plus 1732, so one more I'd like to do. To have a round number on us. Been up poles for a little bit more. Let's head back up and make some more progress. Tanks will probably want, we'll see. These guys aren't powered. Go. See some missing there. And that's everything in the middle, so just finish that line up and then look at how we do this. So really what I would like to do is take the inputs to the right hand side, outputs to the left maybe, or vice versa. Yeah, we can do vice versa, so we'll keep the tanks here and then input them on this side, so that's going to go there, in there, up to the next row and in there. I like that. Probably that much. That's what we're adding. Like I say, if an iron pipe can carry in enough per tick, then this will be okay. But we need to upgrade to the bigger pipe or whatever. We'll see, I guess. There is oil up here at the moment, but they're not running. And they probably won't be running at max speed ever, I shouldn't think. 100 refineries is a lot. A lot more than I expect we'll ever spend. So if that's there, I'm going to put a tank here for the water. Don't necessarily need all four, but it's, I don't know, pretty. That'll go into there, and then this will come up to feed into them. That's what we need to add. Did talk in the last session about how we get the water, like getting a mod that lets me just dig down and create patches. Decided not to download one in the end. In most cases we'll be able to get water from pre-existing patches neatly enough, like this is neatly enough just, but there does already exist a way of creating water in these mods using atmospheric condensers. You would need a lot to make the same as one pump. So it's not great, but like the option exists already. So adding another mod just didn't feel right to me personally. So I didn't. We'll make do as we do. So that's pumping water down from the north. They have water and oil, and hopefully it's enough. We'll see. I mean, we can check in the planner. Said we need 55,000 water per minute. That I believe is water from a pump. Yeah, so one should be enough. We'll find out, I guess. Running so I've done that wrong, haven't I? Because I said inputs on the left side. On the right. It doesn't really matter. As long as we can get them crossed over, okay, should be fine. In terms of the flow, I would like outputs on the right. Get them up to the top right corner and then move them along with whatever pumps and circuit network we need. We're going to have Yeah, makes me not a huge fan of the layout. We fit the water there, maybe. I would like to. Let's redo that. Just my mind. Move the water to the left-hand side. Pull that down. Run the water underneath. There would be the best line. How do we line that up here? Easy enough. Then we need some tanks for them, which can go here. Pipe goes underneath. Need to get that in. Maybe I should have run it further down. Whoa. Now we'll just do the corner here, that's fine by me. There we go, into there, and then we'll go onto that line, and similar to how we did before. It's going to go on the end here. Top, there we go. Okay, so yeah, frees more pipeline space on the right hand side, which I want. So like gap. So here will be the first one, and then there and there. Oh, they need a gap, of course. If they're spaced like that. Not a huge fan. So if we swap that over, that one would be there. Then they can go next to each other like that. But they can't on the next one up because they need this to connect into there. Yeah, unless we separate them more here. Yeah, I don't want to do necessarily. Could. Wouldn't be a huge fan of it personally. Could move that up to that level. That one up to there. Which, like I say, not a big fan of that. This is a lot more compact. I prefer that. Okay. So we are just going to have to spread them out to the right. Which won't be particularly symmetrical, but no big deal. In the case, I'll do this. In that direction. They connect there just fine. That's what we need to put on each level. Go. The robots do all that building. And let them recharge and come home. Okay, then do I want tanks? Yeah, around here, but maybe not immediately. Get all the junk out of this part of the grid. Really want here is some flaring for what we don't need to go further, or for what backs up to this point, really. So quite a big storage, I'd say, and then options off of that to flare. Then the rest goes forward to be processed. We want probably heavy oil at the top to go into cracking, light oil to then be fed down to wherever that outputs. And I mean, at the moment, petrol will be completely flared off because we're not using it for anything immediately. They may change, like I say, we may barrel it up for use elsewhere at some point. So yeah, maybe I've done this the wrong way around then if I want heavy oil at the top, but no big deal. Let's put the tanks in. Probably on this side I want some. That's going to be heavy oil. It's going to be light oil. It's going to be petrol. We have the actual flare stacks running along here. Got 40. And 10 each, maybe, see if that's enough. Suppose we want the ability to flare off everything that's made, so we can check that now. That's all right, I guess. Missing an underground. No, got that slightly off. That's going into there, that's going into there. An underground there. That's fine. And then like input lines. Yeah, I'm going to swap them over here, so that's going to be petrol. It's going to be light oil. It's going to be heavy. They are flowing in. Good. Here I would like to pump them in to the storage. I'm going to need bigger power pump to cover them. Let's try and pull them out of the lines that are in front of the machine to keep the machines running. Should be okay. Looks okay at the moment. Then the flare stacks, I mean, they're running. You can see the pipes in front of them are not filling up. Means they are clearing it out fast enough. The amount in the storage is growing though. Is interesting. We should suggest it's not enough. Perhaps the one in the petrol is not growing. Of course, the rate we're making them is different. There's 20 heavy, 30 petrol, 70 light, so like if we had 2 flare stacks for heavy, we should need 3 for petrol and 7 for light, I suppose. That kind of ratio. We'll need more for light than anything else. The others are not going down, but they're not going up either, so they do need more. But they're not, the pipes aren't taking anymore. Interesting. I wonder why that is. Whether I need to pump it out of there, that's a possibility. I mean, we want a pump there to control anyway, don't we? With a circuit network, so we'll cut that back a bit and put them on. And then yeah, so 2 to 7 to 3. Four of them, 6 of these. 14 in the middle. 9. More about that. Or like the viability of that. Could be more efficient to turn it into solid fuel and crush it, or something like that. Turn it into solid fuel and burn it. Don't know. That amount is balanced. Goes up, goes down again. This one goes up, goes down again. And here it seems to just go up. Well, the tanks are already full actually, which is a lot. If we want to have more, we don't really have space to do another 7 of them on this end, do we? No, not really. Can do them the other way round. Except for where they clash with the underground, but we can nudge them around, I guess. Okay, let's send it up one and do it different somehow. Just to keep things square. These I'm going to move like there between the machines. That's fine, and then we'll move that over one so that they can feed into that side. I think that's all of them. Gonna make a lot of pollution, so luckily we're not using that. Do need more, or want more. Maybe go there, and then adjust them as well. It's fine, that reconnect. Another 8 flare stacks to finish that off. That's even enough. Seems to be. This has dropped. We'll get those 8 built and then find out. Or perhaps we need to build more just in case we want more. Maybe another 30. Need steel and green chips. Steel. 30/20s might be enough, don't know. Some green chips here. It's 18. More steel. It's 12. Good. I think that'll do. Gonna grab some more power poles while we're down here. A few more storage tanks and everything. That'll do for now. Thinking we need to set up, want to set up Tesla coil production. What's that? That's not bad at all. Copper cable circuits and steel beams, and want to add that to our blueprint of the rail grid, which is going to be a little awkward to do. It's such an unwieldy blueprint due to the size of it. Maybe we will cut it down into elements. Don't know. How are we drawing? If we're trying to operate these full time, only 35 megawatts on them. Not bad. Petrol seems to be going up while the others are going down. Might be these aren't all connected or something. Don't know. Yep, there are fewer connected for sure. We'll see. It's going to take a while to handcraft that. While we're waiting on that, set up Tesla coils and start on the other things as well. Steel and green chips, basically. There's probably something here where we've got both those ingredients that we're no longer making. Steel's there but no green chips. Green chips are here but no steel. Possibly was. Green chips here, steel over here, which, okay. We stop these. Not quite. This as well. Direct that steel this way instead. Tesla coil. No, it's not steel, is it? It's steel beam. To add that in, which is pretty expensive, I think. Yeah, 2-second craft, and this is so 1 per second. So we do 2 of them. To there. We need the copper cable as well. Turn these around. It'll be both. Slow, but you know, we start and then go from there. making these anymore, so let's... Well, they may or may not be useful at some other stage. I'm going to tear them out, make it more obvious where I did this so I don't lose it. Okay. Do we want to do more? Probably, actually, thinking about it. I'll make more, like, faster than 1 per 20 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Away. Take all of these away. Oh yeah, yeah. Dribble it then. Just need to find a way of balancing those out better. That may not be enough copper cable either. Be awkward. Grab more from over here. Don't need to combine those anymore. Just scoop all that up. And if we take this line back, stop combining that as well. Too full of junk. We can do that. Go scrap it all. Let's add that in. This way to the end of that line. Put them on the inside instead. This line up. Lots of junk. There we go. That's at least scooped for now. Let's go clear junk out of my inventory. All the sulfur. Those components. Building, don't need it. Glass stone we don't want to throw in because it turns it into sand, which is messy. Them, all them. Stone tablets too, that's fine. Can keep the rest. Yeah, throw this stone into smelting instead. Go. Now I'm just going to take the outputs of these, feed them all together. Yeah. More than we need, isn't it? So I can probably take that, feed it onto there as well to get more of them. They're not making it to even the second machine really until now. Still not quite enough. Let's try having another. If we can get the output somehow. That'll do. Good. A few now. Yeah, it's slow, like I say, but it'll make some. Got a few more flares, stacks ready, so let's head up and carry on with what we were working on. we just will, when we get back, want to then set up energy absorber production and additional electric engine production, but that needs big electric motors, which is a complication. They need lubricant, which we don't have readily available, but we could probably bring it up. Okay, light oil is pretty much empty, so that's definitely enough flaring for that. If the oil is not growing, is this enough for petrol? Doesn't appear to be going down. Although I've got like the same ratio, which is interesting. 2 to 7 to 3. 2 to 7 to 3. Made at the same rate. It should be flared at the same rate, I guess, unless they go different speeds. Doesn't look like it. Flush for systems. And then see if they build back up or not. I mean, not really. They're flowing out pretty quick. Very quick. Okay. That seems like enough, I think. We are actually going to consume some of these, so it won't be so terribly important. It's just the ability to keep it flowing by being capable of flaring all of it off. Some more wouldn't hurt, I guess. Yeah. We align this one as well. Then we just add 2 flare stacks to each. Just a bit more. As it looks like enough, so we'll do a bit more than enough, and that'll be great. That input isn't super fast. Like those pipes aren't particularly full. I mean, they're getting pumped in, so that's a good thing, I guess. If those pipes aren't full, it means we're getting away from these fast enough. Looks like the input isn't good enough though. Blinking on and off there when there is enough oil here. That is potentially not enough. We need to pump out of there, perhaps. Would be my thoughts on that. The water tank is in the way, so gonna add another row of power poles to this. Be slightly further south than it was. And we'll see how that goes. Nick Blue, hello, nice to see you. Why am I storing water? To check that it's okay in general. It's not needed in that the flow rate should be fast enough. But yeah, this just ensures we can find a problem if there is one. So if the tanks are empty when I fly past, I can see from the little readout very quickly that we've not got enough input without needing to like worry about it. Or not necessarily enough input, but that it isn't flowing properly. They don't need to be stored, they just, I like the visual measurement of it, and don't know, I like it basically. Pretty much no reason you would need to store it, I don't think. Could help with the flow in some ways, like giving you multiple outputs from a big tank instead of from a pipe, but I doubt that would make a difference ever. Don't know. Yeah, I'm going to move them down so we've got room to work on stuff. Then again, we could do this with one tank if we're moving it. Why don't we? Same effect. run it further down. That. Doesn't quite reach down. Okay, we'll redo it all the way then. This as well. Or was that one? Oh, shame that doesn't line up nice. No big deal. Yeah, that's fine. Where are those robots going? Okay. Water isn't growing either. In fact, I've disconnected it, haven't I? There we go. But then that should be going up, and it's not, so part of this hasn't connected properly. Water is there and flowing okay. Look, could be flowing east, couldn't it? What have I missed? Looks fine. Ah, that one. Needs to be there, okay. I don't want that there because I'm planning on putting the Tesla coils there around this area. We'll move it when we come to put the Tesla coils into place. No big deal. That can go there now. If we power it, good. This should be growing. It is good. Okay. But I'm making it to the ends. Doesn't look like it. No. Not even the first one. Is a bit there. That's seemingly not enough either. What could be the problem? Asking that pipe, so the oil pipe for example, we're asking it to carry 110,000 a minute. I don't know what the maximum throughput is, but I didn't expect it would have any problem with it. We can put a pump on it. Force it further along on the first row. Second row is not great, but it's enough to keep it moving. Third row is not. But all the way up here, yeah, sporadic. put a pump on the next one, it will pull it away from here as well. So do we need a pump on every one? Every line? That could be the answer, as far as I know. I'll need more pumps, obviously not carrying enough on me. Pull, provided this pipe can carry enough. Like I said, I think it can. Just don't know the numbers or where you'd find them. I don't think they're in game. Unless they are modded wiki, which we found last time is up here. Insert a faster place, ghost building, drag building, ting. No. Anything about liquid is what I'm after. Nothing specific there. No, don't believe it's in there. What about in Informatron? I think that's just space exploration stuff. Or Erendel's mod stuff. No, okay. Could be a thing you have to search a wiki for. One of those things. Let's get more pumps and just see if it works. If it does, then great. We need at least 7 more. Maybe more for the water, and so on. Need. Oh, okay. Big one. Grabbing some little motors would make it quicker, which we have over here. Some more would make even more. That'll do. So I'll take a look at the Tesla coil production. How it is going. Okay, so in that time it's made over a stack. That's fine by me. Leave that running. Going with these and connecting them. Look promising. Pipe on the left is empty here. It's not required there. A little bit just made it to the penultimate line. That's taking the oil that's in the pipe behind it, forcing it down to the end of here, so the last machine should be running better on every line now, provided the oil's making it up that left hand side. It looks by the third line they're not getting enough. Yeah, that pipe's pretty much empty at that point. They would get more if the pipe backlogged, so if that pump was full and couldn't pump more, the rest will go up instead, I guess. It's kind of like every second row we need a different line off the tanks. Perhaps. yeah, in order to like have a separate pipe they're working from. Which, yeah, okay, we can do. Give it a go. I'm going to strip back what's here now and reconnect everything different on that basis, and we'll see how that goes. Of oil. Move some stuff again. I'm going to put another set of 4 tanks here. Join them. That's okay, but then yeah, split the inputs and outputs. So they're going to input to there. This one will input into here instead. That's that one. So this. To the top section instead of the bottom one. We'll see how it goes, but oh, that's still not enough, is it? That only creates 4 on the right, so move this down 1. And then that one's going to come into here. Can. Should work. Got that? Yeah, that's connected. And that, yep. Gives us 1. Sure. 5. Goes into there, up 1 and in. Goes up to the next one. There and in there. Goes even further. And 2. Messy pipe work, but if it works, it'll be fine. And then yeah, 2 more to go. This one. They'll want another pump sending it up here in the first place. Shouldn't. I mean, these should pull off. We'll see. We go. And the water needs reconnecting so we can see it in flow, which have one on the far left here that can connect in, but not on that row, so moving it to the right would be better. There. No, that can't connect there. Moving all of them to the left, one would be better. And then running the water up that edge. No, I'd still struggle with that. Let's try the water up the far left then, see if we can make that work. They're crossing over, which is what we need to change, so we just need to... No, that's not possible. Okay. I want to leave that there, ideally, and then the water can get to the next one, fine, it's just this one. Why don't we pull that off elsewhere? Like over here. Might not be symmetrical. If it works, it works. That one's, yeah, gonna have trouble because of that. Okay. Move that up one and then bring it around the corner funny. Just on that one row. All good. All plugged back in, so are the machines on the end running okay? That one's being fed great. Yep. I am going to assume if the one on the end is okay, the ones before it will be well supplied. Yeah, for whatever reason, that has fixed the problem. Separate pipelines rather than trying to force too much through one of them. Because I don't know what the actual number is, the actual maths, but that has worked, so they're all outputting properly now. Or inputting properly, which therefore they will output properly, which might mean we're not flaring fast enough, but looks okay for now. Yeah, they're not building up. Okay. So, 3 deciders. And a bunch of wire. Not that much though. Connect all 4. Not like that, left to right. No pretty way of doing it. Send that up to the pole and then down. That's okay. Pole into the decider. Ah, but then that can't go on that pole. Won't work. Tank to tank sends it in a weird angle, but we'll go for it. Go straight into the input. Let's rewire this one. Is that connecting? Connecting from there to there. There. Oh, that's the one. Okay. There we go. Let's change to that. The output them into that pump. They are saying if it has a signal greater than what are they? They're 100,000 tops, so say 75,000, 3/4 full. But green is what I tend to do, green light, and the pump is configured as. If you get a green light, go ahead. Set them the same. They should build up, and the light oil should build up first. It's currently around 60,000. And growing. Running? Looks like it. No. Up to 40 watts usage. These are not running because the output isn't flowing. Light oil is connected, but it's not flowing away fast enough. Even though it is being pumped in. And this is working good. It's reached 75k and is now flaring off the excess, which is good. But this pipe is full and not carrying fast enough, so we need at least one more pipe to take away light oil. Don't really have space for. What is our steel pipe option? Supports greater pressure, but is that greater, therefore, amount? Yeah, 125 instead of 100. Not much of a difference. Not even sure that's enough of a difference, to be honest. Like 2 pipes would do 200. Let's try that somehow. We'll take the first half, see if halving it's enough. We know it's more than the water but less than the oil. The water supply is okay off a single pipe. No, oil is not. We may well have overdone it with the way we split the oil up. You know, it's working. I'm going to leave it. Somewhere between 1 and 5 pipes is going to work. Let's try. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th. So we take this and move it somehow. Don't want to go any closer to the rail line really. Bring it up over. There, and then side these. Get it into the tank is complicated. That input's already got that one on, and that input's output is going that way. We can't connect here because it will join the adjacent tank. If it goes over the other side, that's where our outputs are going to be. So I don't want to like add another set of tanks or something that it could join onto. Or we need to offset the tanks. That one moves to there and they move over here. That's probably a good idea in general anyway. Yeah, I like that idea. Which means moving all of this. Fine. Take them though so they're consistent. That's the in. The pump. That's the out. Needs a decider. Wiring up. You can connect there. Bigger power pole. There we go. To the second line. H. Up here. Like that. Ah, but I also want to pump that in as well. Can we... Not there, up one more. Bit of a pipe spaghetti factory, but oh no, I'm okay with it, so it can't be that bad. It's going in there. Output there, which needs one of them. And a little bit more wire. There we go, bigger power pole. They're working again. Bearing. Looks like we're not flaring fast enough on the light oil, perhaps. Let's work this out if we can. The crafting speed is 1. Can't see what the recipe is. Can we find it? Usage of light oil, for example, would give us burn light oil. Yeah. There, stack. Time to craft is at 2 seconds, I guess. Yeah, it's a 2-second recipe at 1 crafting speed, so every 2 seconds it flares 100. We're producing 77,000 a minute. So 13,000 a second. Every 2 seconds, 2,600-ish. They do 100 each in that time, so we need 26 flare stacks. We've got 30. So that's enough. It's supposed to be enough. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but according to my maths, it's supposed to be enough, so we'll leave it. Got the 2 inputs there, so check these again. Are we now outputting okay? Everything's lit. No, these are not. Now the heavy oil isn't outputting fast enough. That's because it's missing a tiny bit of pipe there. That's better. All lit up. All appear to have green light, as in no output blockage. I think that's good. I think that's the flaring sorted out. Personally. Good. I'm happy with that. Let's move on to the next stage, which is to crack that heavy oil down to light oil, join them together. Our coverage in the area. Can do those as we run around sorting stuff out here. So did we do this already? Yes. We're producing 22,000 heavy oil per minute. We can use 22,000 heavy oil per minute to make 60,000 more light oil using apparently 19 chemical plants. Doesn't seem like much, but okay, we'll go get 20. Small amount of future proofing. set up. Okay, that's not going to take up as much space as I thought, I suppose. Still do it crossways, and then maybe we should have separated these out more, but put it here. Heavy oil can go in the back, light oil can come out the front and go in on this side. Isn't ideal. Then it can be included in that flaring, but we would then need to add more because we're adding more light oil, we'd need more flaring. Alternative is we have a separate storage for what gets cracked off and flare from that and then join them up after that option. Which I don't particularly like. The only issue I can see is like the number of inputs and outputs, so we can just add more if we need to, I guess. And see, and rearrange if we need to. And add more flare stacks there. There's space for like 4 more at the end, might be enough. I thought we needed whatever it was, 26, and we got 30 already. Why don't we work that out? We're going to make 16,000 from here, we're making 77 from there. 93,000 per minute, 1550 a second, 3,100 per 2 seconds, 31 flare stacks needed, so we just need to add like 2 more and I'd be happy. Which is what fits, so we'll go with that. It's enough. That's pulling out of this bottom right tank, and balancing between the tanks isn't like instantaneous, so the output of this we might not want to pump into the top left, that's currently the most full one. I want to try and pump it into the bottom right tank. Something like that. Still 20 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 20. Which, yeah, don't mind having them all in a row as long as we can get the liquid over to the end. We are doing cracking of heavy to light. This extra row or 2 because we have made it that far. Then the inputs, we need to, yeah, do the messy bit. It'll be lined up very good at the end of this, but we'll see. The water in here as well. That, yeah. Copy that bit. That's not bad. Plugs in right there. In the output, I say, I'd kind of rather put it down here if we can get away with that. Blocks one of them. Like that. See how it goes. Just need to bring water here, so I guess in theory it could share the offshore pump that's already there, but I'd rather not. Bring some water up here to use in any other cracking, and yeah, I need to decide whether to crack the light oil down to petrol even though we don't intend to. Whether to have that option in order to balance things. Probably should. Yeah. And have the circuit control conditions and everything like that, so everything balances. That'll probably mean we need a lot more petrol flaring, but I think we should do that, so I will. We only need water for both of them. Let's bring it to there for now. I guess the only option is to go there. Can only fit 2 down the middle of each. Hopefully it's enough to just have 2. But it should be, really should be. Good. Gonna need power as well, there we go. Goes there, they get cracked, surpluses get flared off. We should control that as well. So we're going to need 3 more deciders. 2 more deciders? 2 more. Some wire, but not much. I don't want to block that output, so let's put it up there. Can take the tank output in the same fashion and then control the pump. And all we're doing is lowering this number. I mean 25,000 is probably acceptable. So if it's got more than 25,000 it cracks it down. If it ends up at more than 75,000 it flares off the excess. Do the same here, so what we need to know, we definitely need to move this out of the way. Go with there. Actually, I won't be able to put that there because of the inputs. We looked at that before, I'm pretty sure. And didn't see a nice, neat way of doing it differently. Can the water down like that? There might be something there that I didn't find last time I looked at it. But we want to look at what we're doing. We're making petroleum. Don't know how much. Doing it through cracking. So we've got 77 plus 16, 93,000 light oil being made in total. We want to be able to crack all of that. Little less than that. There we go. I'll need 103 chemical plants to do it. I did say we should do it. Let's go get 103 chemical plants. Or, 110. For a round number. There we go. I think we definitely should do some barreling of that in that case. Like, that's going to be way more of everything that we could possibly need for just fuel. Or perhaps there's other things we'll be able to build here. Okay, so yeah, our ability to like go in and then out into that tank is impossible with this number, so I'm going to have to pool it together and pump it around and stuff. Let's leave a gap and then 110, so 10 of those. Five of those. Probably 5 of those, I think. Go a little further left. Yep, 5 of those is fine by me. Add an extra row of power poles. Cap it off. Racking like that. Pipes are the same as these, so with them like that, and the front as well, I guess. This 5 times, which, yeah, again, we may need more outputs from the light oil in order to be able to achieve this. Might not be enough space or whatever. We'll see. We'll see. We'll work it out. Like I say, it's probably just going to be very, very messy is the deal. Okay. Well, 5 of these in total. I'll go there because the pipes won't fit unless we find another way of doing it. But even then, we'd end up with like straight pipes touching each other, the outputs and the inputs, which I don't think it works. So I think it just needs to come down. I need to deal with that. There's 2. 3, 4, 5 of them. Built in. Just gonna try and find this track and remove it. Talked about this in the last session, but I created a playlist that has no lyrics, and it turns out some of the songs do have lyrics. It's a little annoying, but if I can find them and remove them, I'd like to gradually improve the playlist for future. Find it among the 1,500 songs in it. Ah, there we go. Skip forward. Not a huge deal, I know, but just a preference. There. I would assume if one offshore pump is enough, then one pipe is enough. God, this was 55,000. This is double that we're going to need here in total, so we could have an issue. We do. We need 2 offshore pumps to do this. Okay. That is an issue. But we'll work it out. this song has lyrics as well. Okay. Somewhat annoying. I've run out of underground pipe as well. Okay, we'll have to just head back and get some more. Make some, but not enough to be meaningful. So let's head back to base and restock on that and clear out some junk while we're there. Still doing good progress at getting through this. I think we'll have fuel up and running pretty soon, which is nice. Definitely want to get some trains moving today. Sure we will. Always nice to see. Do like trains. Junk here and there. That'll do, I think. I'm gonna have them. Some more of them wouldn't hurt. Solve them. Quite a few of them. And maybe just a bit more rocket fuel for our jetpack would be a good idea. I'll do for now. Output full. Light oil. Tank has space, just about. Oh dear. Yeah. Ah, that pipe's not full and that one is. What's that about? Is that the case? If they're all running evenly, same number of outputs together, is full and one is flowing. One is full and one is flowing. No, something I prefer about pumping directly into the tank, and let's pump into a different tank. That a go. I might just actually move that up here as well for making it more obvious. Don't know if that will cause a difference. Both tanks up, obviously. But yeah, shouldn't really worry about it. We're not using it. It will make a difference when we do actually start using it, so we'll see. There's all them pipes put in. Let's go get the second water connected ready. Do is get a second tank, move that one over one. I'm gonna go from here in. No. Some of that's going to be needed down here. 1.1 1.25 pumps. 1 1/4, yeah. So 4 rows can go off one pump and presumably one pipe. Although this is it. Why don't we split it in half? First 3 off one and next 3 off the other. The next. Ideally, that would cut down as well, which it can't do because of that underground there. Can replace. Yeah. Water there. Water there. Water there. Bring this one down. The next 3 lines. we go. Just need to get the second offshore pump pumping into it. So I'm going in there. Next to it for now. At this point, yeah, is where we get the problem. Because there's a row there. Can't fit another in the middle, so I guess it has to go on the outside. There, but that doesn't line up good. Annoying. I say we don't need to necessarily pump it. We can create water from atmospheric condensers, but it's something like 200 and something condensers is the same as one pump, so it's not a sensible option. Could go there if we stay out of where the signals are, I guess, or therefore there. But we can't turn there, so we need to change this, like bring it down. Somehow. About that. Not a huge fan of how close to the rail it gets, but it'll do. This is just going to need moving down to join. There we go. Can't fit there because of the power pole. One up then. There we go. That'll do for now. Like I say, we may need to move it when I decide where the Tesla coils are going to go. But that's fine for now. Yep, okay. It's 2 pumps worth coming in and then 2 lines coming out. Balance between them. Should be enough water now for everything to go correctly. We just need to bring the outputs from this cracking into the petrol. Which, like I say, would be best if we can pump it in there, and as I mentioned before, I prefer to pump directly in, so I'm going to adjust that. Like that. There's an underground there, so pump right to join these together. The input. The input as well, okay. Wonder if one line's going to be okay for that. 93,000 is going in. Only 7,000 is coming out, and that needed 2 lines, so we're going to need 2 lines of light oil coming out. It's there, and we'll come down next to it. That's going to need to come out one further to join together. Okay. It's connecting them. Then the next one for the next one down, I guess. It's not quite half and half. Needs to go further, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Join it there as well, so it can be shared, maybe. See how this goes. Whether they're going to make it consistently to the end. Looks like it will. Don't know, we'll see how that goes as well. The outputs. Over here into the next row. What is the output? It's big, isn't it? 62,000 petrol. Wonder if that will need 2. Feels like it will. Let's try it on the same basis. First 3 together. Then the next ones together. That's a problem. They'll join. They're both petrols, they're allowed to, but it would cause some weird behaviour, so rather they didn't. Just move that down one to make that not join. There we go. Leaves us very few options for getting them out of here to be used for anything. So yeah, we are very likely going to need to adjust that. Or do something different somewhere to make it possible. Still. Yeah, like move it down here. Don't know. That's okay for now. Let's get these pumps set up on the outputs of here. That needs to move. Just go over one, that's okay. And decider. There, and then both can be joined, same settings. If they get the green light, go ahead, and then if there's more than 25,000, give them the green light. Should be good, that should be enough of the water, there should be enough of the cracking in general. Gonna add more flaring to the petrol. Do that math. We're making 33 plus the cracked down 62, which is 95,000 per minute. So 1583 per second. 3166. So we need 32 flare stacks to flare this all off, which is what we've got there. So can we do a copy paste? Kind of. Just got to move them pipes there. That should function as intended. Do we need more? Yes, more flare stacks are needed. 4 of them? Okay, I can make enough of them from what I've got left over in my hand. And that should keep that moving, maybe, I don't know. Not great, it's all a bit too big in the same area, I feel. Maybe a better idea to like split this into, rather than 100 being refined and all this cracking, do like 50 on the right hand side, 50 on the left hand side, split it down to more manageable size for each pipe, perhaps. Still, like I said, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't fully work because we don't need it all. I do like to do it properly, even if that's unnecessary though. Not properly, you know, just in this fashion. So, we're good. And that's all ready. We can now take the light oil from here and use it. So let's look at that. We've got 93,000, yeah. Light oil. This one? Yep. Fuel. Make it directly from the light oil. Less than that. That's 90, so 93,000 would make 15,500 fuel per minute, using 258 fuel refineries. Like I say, I doubt we're going to use that much fuel. I doubt our train network's going to get that big, but I want to use it all. I want to have that ability to use it all. Future-proofing, even if we don't end up that far in the future. So we're going to put out 260 fuel refineries doing this. It's no better in a different one, yeah. Some future point we'll end up making advanced fuel, which takes, yeah, fuel plus fine immersite powder, so that's quite simple. Finally, so as long as we've got space to do that, but that'll be done here as well. 160. That's, I mean, there we go. That's done there. The flaring. So everything here is good, even if it's not flowing good at the moment. Is how it should be. Let's go get 260 fuel refineries, which I'm pretty sure we are still making. They've paused it. Might need to resume it. Here, nope, that one we're doing further down. Don't see them. They're greenhouses. There's the pipes. There's the fuel refineries. Looks like we did stop them. Or did we stop them? We disconnected here. How many have, no, we've got enough here to go forever. 1, 200 and 300. That is 260. Yep, that's what we're after. Definitely overkill. We're gonna need like 2 lanes of this, aren't we? 93, definitely at least 2. 93 is what we're feeding into these, so if these were fed in okay with 2, we're gonna need 2 lines of light oil coming out. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this different somehow, which is fine. My idea is add more tanks and move all this to the edge, and then we'll have 2 more at the bottom or whatever. Where are we doing this? Enough space there. There's very little gap between the fuel and the cracking, which is nice that it's ended up there, so I'm happy with that. Guess we'll put it in a block kind of here area. Let's, before I get started on that, take a quick break to rest the brain and stretch the legs and all the usual healthy things. We are 2 hours in and we've made great progress getting this all laid out, getting the oil cracked down and organised and sorted. A bit spaghetti, like I say, a bit messy, not hugely a fan of the layout, but it's all good. It may have been better if we split it down into smaller chunks. But you know, once it's up and running, it's up and running, and we'll be happy. And we'll have fuel for our trains, which will be fantastic. But yes, just a short 5-minute break for those basic things, and then I'll be back and we'll carry on actually like making the fuel next, which is cool. So I will see you all shortly. Hello everyone. Let's get back to it, back from the break. Ready for some fuel production. Let's take a look. Yeah, let's clear these things out of the way first. So some meteors here. No uranium, thankfully. Just mark. Guess what I should do is when we've built a train square in, is just mark the entire inside for deletion. Then as we run around, all of the junk will get cleared away. You only have to be careful, you know, about the uranium from meteors. But of course my inventory's full, so that is another thing we do need to worry about. Get started building and it'll free space to put them, as long as we've got enough spare bots. Okay, let's take a look then. We're building 260 fuel refineries. They're small, like a chemical plant. We want to leave a little gap to like move things, juggle things and pipes around. Let's go with 3 gaps. So here we'll start. 260, so 10 26s or 20 13s. 6, 8, 10, 12. 13. Yeah. Possibly like that and with a gap, but still in a row. Without the gap if it's irrelevant, if we can force enough down the pipes. If we use pumps it should be okay. Let's go for 26. All my bots have got stone on hand now. How many is that? It's 26. That's what we're aiming for. It's half of them. I'm assuming the inputs and outputs are going to be quite simple because it's 1-to-1. Yeah, we're just going to get oil in the back and then a physical good out the front. Okay, of course. Belts and inserters again. That's fine. There will be space for that, definitely. Just rocks in the way here. Okay, it's half of them. And that should be 260, perfect. Just the power poles and square the grid off at the edge here. Nice. Something's wrong there. Not lined up right. They are. Don't know what happened there. Must have just pasted it in wrong. Look like they're in the right place. Okay. Let's copy from this side instead. Now put the top one and it should be fine. There we go. All good this time, I'm sure. These didn't. Oh, I see. The buildings are in the wrong place. Where has that happened? ones are good. Here, the second half, I suppose that is. Let's redo them. Which can't do because our inventory's full. Let's deal with that temporarily. Get rid of this damn stone. I'll come pick them up when we've got the inventory space back. It's going to make copy pasting hard. Didn't think about that. Never mind. Okay. It's the bad bit dug up. Let's copy. Line that up. That's better. Good. Cancel that extra chest. Won't be necessary. That pole we don't need. And these gaps as well while we're here. If we've got enough poles, don't know. Bit short. In fact, we don't really need them yet. We may well add them in, but for now, do just one row in front of this set. I'm going to send all the fuel over to the left-hand side, to the west. Run it down here in this gap. And then this train station here will be where we collect fuel from. At least initially, just this one. May then direct some of it maybe to the station in the east or something like that, so it can be collected from multiple spots. But for now, from there. And then, you know, that's it with this square for now, I suppose, until we come up with the next thing we need to do with the stuff that's here, and whether we do that here or set up a second refining area. That's the recipe set on all these. Could have done that before pasting them, but no big deal, just fly over and do it. And then pick up that box of junk when we fly over that as well, wherever that is. A couple rows. Going well. More pumps. 10 rows. No. Yeah, I think it's 10 rows, so need at least 10 pumps if that does push them far enough in. See how that goes. Might want another like storage tank at the end or something to pump into and out or something. Don't know. Up there. It's just okay. Good. Let's put in the pipe work then. I suppose the inserters and belt work. How fast does it go? 10 fuel every 10 seconds. That's fine. A fast inserter's plenty for that. Set them alternating. Use both sides of the belt. Good. Apply the same to the next row and so on. Doubt we're carrying enough of all those things to get this done. Need a resupply trip. There's all of them. Then, yeah, put the pump there. Give that a go. Connect into them somehow. 2 lines from the east. One for the first 5 rows, one for the bottom 5 rows, I guess. Join them together, I guess. So that 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the 5th. Okay, good. So we can plug into them when we're ready to do so. Many of these put in as we can, and then, as I go resupply, dump the junk again. You get a lot when you're clearing out rocks. Run out of inserters. Ooh, quite a bit of belt to go, so do that. And pipes, of course, tons of them, because we picked those so many. Some of the bots need charging, we'll give them a bit of that. A lot of them want charging. We're running a bit low, so I'm going to get a Tesla coil down so we recharge as well while they're doing that. Oh, it looks like daytime, so we should be getting the solar power fast enough. Just need a lot of charge, I guess. Looks so far like none of the meteors have made it through our defences that we set up in the last session. Very nice. It's possible, we only got 10 guns, so it's possible for enough meteors to spawn to get through. Okay, there we go. Belts run out as well now. It's the pipes to build. Couple there, okay. Let's, like I say, go let these bots in and go resupply. Get rid of all this junk stone again. And bring back more belt, more inserters. Anything else we need? More power poles, probably. A bit short of them. These ores as well. Don't want them clogging up space. Any other junk we got? Not really. Vaguely useful, most of it. Get rid of that wire for now, but we probably will need more. That's fine. Okay, more power poles. Here they are. Probably we got enough pipe for a while longer. Inserters are down here. Quite a few of us. Take that many. Long-handled ones. Don't think we need them now, but we are a bit short. Grab one extra stack for whatever comes in the future. And then belt, just flown past it. We need quite a lot to bring all those different bits together. Let's bring that much. Hope that's enough. The robots get back to building. I can do the belt. That's an easy one because I can't really miss that. Still, yeah, some down the end to do. Inserters. All there, yeah. Couple more here. That looks like it. Good. Shall we sort out the output before we plug in? Won't be filling our inventory with junk. How much are we making? Belts. We're making 9 belts worth. Very awkward number. Might just do 8 belts to keep it simple. Or we can keep it at 10 belts, I guess. That's what's here currently. That's doable. This is the train station we're going to use. We can get that ready. It's for 8 wagons on a train. The thing I want to do with that is have 8 warehouses of this type. 1 for each wagon. It's unnecessary. But it does clump everything together. Loading a bit more balanced, well, not balanced, but don't know. It's like it's one of them, or it's for 6 chests. I suppose 3 strong boxes, or don't know. Storehouse will be the way, I think. Biggest amount of storage as well to play with. We won't let them fill up, but if we ever need to, we can. They need a bit of concrete and a lot of steel. Got the concrete there. So I said I want 8 of them, so I need 800 concrete. A ton of steel, which I can't fit in. Can't fit in my inventory. Do we have steel beams anywhere? Do for rail or something? Yeah, so that'll speed it up. If I just temporarily put these in here to make some space to work with. 1. But I also want steel plates, also part of the recipe. Could set these up to be automatically made. I suppose we are going to need a lot of them, but not for a while. Now we just need a few of them. 700 steel plate. 6. There's that, and then lots of steel beams. This is as fast as anywhere else we have to do it. No, I don't want to do that. Just want want to use the steel beams we've got, not converting the plate into beams. Steel beams anywhere else where I could also scoop from. One more I can do, let's have a look. I think they're being made for the Tesla coils, but that's going to be flowing. Although no, we're making them faster than we need to be, so I can scoop. So that's 2 more I can do. Get back over, I guess. Just 2 more I want to do, so that's not bad. They are expensive, steel-wise. And then this last one, we can make a few beams to get that done. Let's head back. Probably missing something else, but I won't know until we try to build it what we really want. Might have been an idea to bring some wagons up to visualize it. That's locomotive. This is the first wagon. These ones are for loading. Ooh, it's interesting. We want the station to be capable of both. Probably not. Probably okay with it being just loading. And only 5 loaders can be used. 4. When they're faster, we won't need as many. Probably will use 5 for now. When we upgrade, turn that into 4, 3, whatever, for the faster ones. If we want one that can load and unload, we can use the other side of the track, I guess, and go under. Possibly with faster ones, I don't know. Or you know, we use the one down the south to do the unloading, or up the north or whatever to do the unloading, and so on. So yeah, this is going to load fuel to be taken to depots. So a lot of loaders for each. This is 10 per wagon, so 80 loaders per station. A lot of loaders. Not sure I even had enough on me. Maybe we cut down to 4 on each. That it? Yeah, the last 2 are not actual things. They're there for centralising this within the square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wagons. Perfect. Got 1 loader left. And then the warehouse goes there. And that, yeah, that looks like it's connected. Yep, good. Because you could put them in between, like 2 wagons. This will be fine. Also, I would like loaders to go in to the warehouse for simplicity's sake. So I would like some more loaders. Let's head back to base. We should have some. They are slow to make, but we've been leaving them being made for a long time now. We'll have quite a few, I think. I'd hope. Not that many. For now. That'll need speeding up when we move that into the grid. Let's go with the top edge. No, because the way they look, the bottom looks nicer, doesn't it? The bottom corner. That. Bring the power grid out 2 spaces. 10 lines coming in, so I didn't pick up that chest of stuff again, did I? Silly me. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Go back and pick up all that belt and stuff. Silly me. Oh well, at least it's fun to fly around now. That one's there, and then ball's going to be there. Next one is bore the pole. No, I've counted 10 when there's only 8. Need to wake the brain back up. Something not quite clicking right at the moment. Forgetting things and getting the wrong numbers. Try again. It's going to be there. Be there. Like that. Then we can leave a nicer border around there, so that one can be there and that one there. That one there and that one there. Not like that. So. Do that there. We can all the way up to where the refineries are outputting. I have belts covered in fuel, but that's fine. Let's go get that. The belt. Get started. I think it looks like we're going to need more than I picked up in the first place anyway. Maybe we'll grab some extra when we go down. Ready for that. I leave them. There. Yeah, no, I will grab what we can fit belt-wise. Go. Go get them built in. Yeah, limit what we have here. So the way I need it to work is every time the wagon comes here, there's a wagon's full waiting to go in. 4 rows, right, like that. But we need to overfill if another train's going to come before the input could refill it, like before it'd be possible for the input to refill it. So I reckon like 2 wagonfuls. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be a sensible amount to block it out. Copy that up to all of them. Go. For now, that'll be good. Might need to expand that much further if we need a lot more fuel. But I'd imagine by that point we've upgraded the belts and loaders, so the input will be better anyway. Or whatever. Yeah, there's all that built. This is the first line. That goes there. At least that far over. We did bring more belt than was necessary. No big deal. Now I remember why I said 10 belts. There's 8 warehouses, but there are 10 belts outputting here. Okay. How are we gonna balance that? Like, we can split them and have multiple inputs into each. I think I'd rather just combine it down up here, like than 5 into 4 kind of thing. I know we've got more than 8 belts worth coming out of here at the moment. When we upgrade to blue belt, it won't be. I think I'd rather do that. How are we going to do that? The 5th one, which is here, they come down there instead. This first one's going to go down there. No, down there even. That one there, that one there. This one down there. There we go. Bring them all down to where they're all straight. I think, yeah, here I'd like to do something like that. Force the outside down a bit. That won't work. That won't work. Need to also do that to create the space to begin with, and then I want that to get it in there to begin with as well. It's interesting. Yeah, like, and so on. Is that enough times? There's some of them in, force everything down to that side, then force everything down to that side again, and then again. That could be enough to kind of push them in, and then the alternative is like a 4-lane balancer and split this into 4 and feed it onto each of them afterwards. Could do. Thinking like split it in half and then send one to that side, join there, and the other one joins here, something like that. But split it again and put it in the middle as well. Not a huge fan of that. It's like turning the odd into even that I find quite difficult to. You can't make it like symmetrical and stuff like that. It's 10 to 8 isn't odd to even, but kind of is when we look at it like this. We did do that. Like that. Should be enough opportunities of pushing to get it in. That needs to go all the way down. It forces everything over a few times. Do the same on this side. I think it'll work fine. Well enough. And we'll see how it goes, I suppose. I'm happy with it like that. Okay, that's the output then. The belts, they're going to go to the train station. Lovely. Let's get our light oil over to the refineries in the first place. See them all low, but we do have too much petrol, which we're like about to fix by using the light oil and hopefully stopping it from cracking. If we stop it from cracking so much, we could tier that as well. At the moment we crack all of it if it hits 25k. I'm going to change to 50 in this case, because we are using the light oil. We could have one that switches on at 50 and one that switches on at 25. Do like some cracking earlier, don't know. In any case, it looks like we don't have enough flare stacks, even though statistically we do. That could be if one line is not enough, maybe. It's not great setup. It's not happy with it, I would say. but it is probably completely functional, so we shouldn't worry so much. Do need to split this out, so let's take this away. Add more tanks, so we've got more inputs, outputs. Really, they wouldn't be connected by a bit of pipe. The only way to centralise them in the grid. So everything has to flow through the pipes to get around, which tank to tank is better. We'll have them like this. Still kind of want that output to be onto this side, so we'll keep this down this end. There. We can. Not really. We'll see. Then these two lines move to these two. Need pumps on. It's going to there. The other to there. So that's all good. Decider. Yeah, like I say, maybe let's get another decider. I like the idea. We are going to need to wire them all up now. Add that one to that one. In fact, I would like to rewire that, remove that one, put that one to that one. They're now holding 200k in total. We need to change that number. Let's go with 175,000. This will be at 100,000. Yeah, and add another one if we get to 150,000. If it gets further, it flares it. I like the idea of it. Connect that one to that one, and that to that pump, and that one to that one, and that to that pump. They're going to have the same settings, like if they get the green light, away they go. These guys are going to say if they get a signal that level, give the green light. There we go. So they're cracking in. And then here, yeah, I want to pump 2 lines out, don't I? So that can't go there. How about the way over here? No, because it will try and connect. One back? No, because it will get in the way of them. Has to go there or there, but that connects whatever we do, so that's no good. Could feed it into these lines on the right hand side and they'll get pumped in if it's not too much. It's an idea. It looks like it's getting pumped in okay. And it's not ideal because I'd like to pump it into the same tank we're taking it out of, but we'll live. It's good, like they are running and it is flowing. And yeah, getting pumped in. I'm happy with that. So these are the 2 lines that are coming out. To come over and be turned into fuel. Sound like one over there, I guess. Could go one closer. Yeah, it's fine. There we go. Being fed in, being pumped in, and always being pumped in. What we Yeah, I don't know. We don't ever want to disable that, do we? No. Sometimes you'd be like, well, when it reaches this point, stop doing that. But no, we want to always do it. They're not all running, so something's not right. Oh no, they are. It's just a slow... No, but something is not right. They're not getting enough oil up there. The amount in these pipes is pretty low. Very low, actually. Which is interesting considering they're being pumped this way. They're also being pumped every other way. Or at least just that one. Yeah, the amount in there now is 25k, so none of them should be running. That one shouldn't be running. If the signal is greater than 150k. Yep, they were the wrong way round. Good. They're not running because there's not enough to crack. Because in theory we're using it all. The fuel refining will need to back up. Like, because we've fully done it before the light oil backs up at all. Because we've put enough machines over there to use all of it. In theory, so as long as it's coming out of the refineries okay, which it's not, because the petrol is backed up. We're not flaring the petrol well enough. Do wonder if that needs a second output from these to the flare line. This one is full, the one where it's pumping in. This one where it comes out is not full, but it's not balancing. Like I say, it doesn't balance between them immediately, and it might need to in this case because of the volume. It shouldn't though. I mean, the amount of petrol coming from the refining isn't so much. Now that we're not cracking, maybe it's just going to take a bit of time to get up and running again, get flowing again. It's when it's cracking that it's a problem, or when we're not moving anything that it's a problem. It seems to have actually cleared up, looking at it now. They're flowing again. Yeah, and that tank is dropping down. Good. That gets the oil flowing, although, again, there's a lot of it on the right-hand edge, but not on the left. That's where we're pumping it out of, I guess. Guess that's the reason. Could cause a problem because those are both pumping out the same tank. Could be an idea to move one of them onto this tank. I like that idea, in fact. If we copy that, we get the option right. There we go. Better in general. It won't make an immediate difference, but better in general, I think. Yeah, there we go. So if these aren't getting the light oil, it'll be because it's not available, we don't have it. They should, but they might not. Some of them are struggling to output, I guess, because it outputs 10 at a time. End up with a very full belt. Interesting. Because 8.6 belts in total, and we've got 10. They should be able to fill in okay. Ultimately. Don't know. Not too worried. This is like a lot of fuel. Way more than we need. And those belts appear to be full. A little gap there, for example. Not perfect then. Don't think we can make it perfect. Maybe if we fed the 10 lines into warehouses and 4 lines out of them, we'd get the right amount. That would be a way of doing it. Doesn't matter, but it would be a way of doing it. Okay, there's tons of fuel. Loving it. Brilliant. We can move on to the next thing. Like that's all the right ratios, all the right layout, everything neat and tidy. Space to put in upgrading this to advance fuel when we reach that point. And space down here, I suppose, if we can, to pump out and barrel up if we decide to do so with any of the other liquids that are there, or to process them into other things if we want to in that space. Good. That's fuel set up in that square. Next thing to do is to get a depot that the trains can use and be refueled in. Need to choose where that's going to go. We will ultimately have multiple of them. Like in the middle really of other things that are going on is the best location. I reckon one in this space would be good, as we're going to try and mine those up, so it'll be in the middle of where we mine them and where we get the fuel from, and maybe we can do some smelting in this one, possibly, like iron. Mine that, add that, enrich it, smelt it, perhaps. Or maybe above it. Big open space there. So we need to grab all of our rail and stuff like that to place more out. This would be a good opportunity to go build that radar, for example, but also add the Tesla coils to the design. So let's empty out the stuff we don't need from our inventory, get the right kind of equipment for the next stage, and then head up to that northwest area to do some work on that. So let's start with junk. It's all fine. Don't think there is any junk. That, yeah, fine. Unwanted belt, but this is probably full here. Let's turn the yellow into junk. Just have a little bit of belt on us. That many of anything. Do, yeah, I'm happy enough with that. Unwanted tanks can go back in here. Pipe, these are definitely going to be full, aren't they? Let's make others. So we don't need any of it for what we're building next. That's probably about it for putting away. We could put other stuff away, but I'm not too fussed by that. Let's go up to where the rail stuff is kept. I just want to build some more chests as well, just to have some more. So the signals for stops, not the trains yet. The rail, definitely. That'll do us. We also want radars, power poles. Are we making radars? Might not be. Don't use that many of them. Got some here. Grab them. Power poles. Oh, I did just have a chest down here. That's where it was. I've made more, but we did have a chest down here with a bunch. Never mind. A few of the bigger power poles. Maybe some more Tesla coils. I'll do for now. Let's head out there, that direction. Got enough fuel? Yeah, I've got enough fuel for now. Over we go, over our mega power plant. Yeah, let's find out why the radar up here isn't built. Power poles are missing. Okay, there we go, perfect. Then, is this one I can copy? Kind of. tidy up the bottom edge if I copied it. Kind of worth like building one out in the middle of nowhere to change and then tearing it all down again, I guess, to make changes to the design. It's easier than on this size of design removing individual elements, because you end up with this, for example, random signals that you didn't actually want. But still, oh, and we would have changed the bottom because it's joined. Yeah, I think I'd like to try and build one out on its own. See if we can line it up right to get it in the correct place. Just without building the one in the middle. A bit awkward. That one's going to go there. I actually want to build. And then I'm guessing try and get myself stood on something within the design. That one lives there. Okay. I go up and right a bit. Bit of a fiddly way of doing it. There might be a better way, but I can't immediately think of one. Pretty much on the tip. My name is in line with the signals. Like there or there. There. Yep, spot on. Perfect. So we're going to build that square out. Work out where the Tesla coils can go. And then re-grab it as a new blueprint, updated blueprint. So check this blueprint's good actually as we go around. If we do have that weird extra signal we don't actually want kind of situation. It's fine so far. Missing because we have the bypass, that's correct. Down here the signals won't be missing yet. I think. Yeah, signals are still there. Correct. Bots beat me to it. There we go. Ah, there is one there. Okay, so we remove that, ready for the update. It won't be there in the future. Very nice. Where's the signalling there? Yeah, the entrance doesn't have it, that's correct. I think the blueprint in general was correct, you saw before. Apart from those little signals I couldn't erase because you can't zoom in on the blueprint screen, so couldn't get in close enough to remove them. Didn't notice they were there because it's such a small dot. Bit of a mess, but I don't think we can... Yeah, some of them are just decals, not actual rocks, so it's going to look messy in any case. Entrance to this junction is signalled because there's no bypass on the inside. Makes sense so far. Cleaned up one signal that was on the other edge. Nice to do. And that entrance is missing because it does have the bypass. Well, it is missing the signals because songs with lyrics on my playlist that's not supposed to have them. So it's going to take a long time to go through this many songs to remove all of the ones that are mislabeled, I guess. A little search while the robots do their work. For this one, at least. One at a time. Get rid of them all. There we go. Move on to something different. Ooh, what are we missing? Missing signals, okay. Oops. Don't necessarily need to place them out now in order to fix the blueprint. Do need to place them in ultimately, because this is a real square we are keeping. Go back and get more, that's fine. Give it all this junk stone again. Has signals. No random signal there like there used to be in the past. We did get rid of that one from the design. Good. From the blueprint. Going well. Running the last edge to build in. Only ran out one thing. All good. How are we doing for... Yeah, we're about to run out of chain signals as well. That's to be expected. There's a lot of them in the design as well as regular signals. I want to recharge, but I'm out of electricity. And it's night time. And we can't plug into the grid here. So I'm going to let them get orphaned. We're going to head back and get the signals. And recharge while we're there if day doesn't rise beforehand. And we'll head back out this way shortly to get those robots back. Definitely would not be doing this without the jetpack. This would have taken forever to walk. Guess we could have taken a train, I suppose. Maybe we'll start doing that in the future. Have our own little pocket train to drive around with. Probably take a bit more fuel with us on the way back, so drop off this stone to make inventory space. take it. Go. Pick up signals. Are they over here? No. They are definitely somewhere. They at the other end, maybe. Yeah. And then a bit more rocket fuel. And we'll head back. Oh, do. Okay. So we'll zapped up a bit before we go. Day is rising, so we will get the solar power as well. Speed things up a bit like this. %. There we go. 95. Let's head back. See the robots on the way, then let them come in because they'll be low charge. Oh, there they are. There's some of them. And more coming, okay. See? Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Auto reply list. Oh, I see. Yeah. If they send you a specific message, you reply with a specific response automatically. Efficient, yeah. Add some chat GPT, yeah. That would help, definitely. Interesting. Fantastic. Yeah. NN. What is NN? Getting. I don't think I would go that far to cut out all social interaction. I just don't talk to anyone, including my family, when I should. Neural network. Let's see. Weighted scheduling. Neural network. I haven't seen much GPT-3 actually. I don't know how believable it really is. Still missing a couple of robots, I don't know where they've gone. Family only sent pictures of themselves or their trips. Yeah, which, like if you can just set up a bot to send back a thumbs up or something, then yeah. Well, well I suppose you need a random array of responses so it's not so obvious. Like sometimes a smiley face and sometimes a wow and whatever. Yeah. True. You can collect the metadata, I guess, and check if the is it Google that does the like picture analysis, and it'll be like, oh, this contains a photo of like, 2 people and a dog or whatever. Use that to work out. If that says this is a picture of a car crash, then you can give different answers. Hopefully our 2 missing robots will make it back home at some point. Did I run out of rail? No. Why are they not building? Don't feel like building right now? Okay. But they may have been assigned to our 2 missing robots. Yes. And now them. Except for 12 hours. Can't even get one, I guess, cookie making fractal engine. Turns cookies into more cookies. Isn't that what you do? You don't have 310 quadrillion cookies. Probably you should have that much by now. We've been spending it on too many grandmas or something. Or you turn clicks into cookies, but you do like invest cookies in making more cookies. I think we've built everything in, but missing robots could be confusing that. Let's say we have. I want to know where we can place Tesla coils in this design. I like the idea of having them near the roundabouts so that when trains go through the junctions, which they inevitably have to, they get zapped a few times. If that's enough zappings per pass, like every time they get between 2 corners, that's great. And if not, we might need to fit some in the middle of the runs as well, which I don't know. It does it, yeah, without even clicking. I mean, it just takes you out of the game completely. Tesla coils can't be too close to each other, so if I place one there, it won't let me place one. Yeah, there. The next one has to be out here. Can go there. So if I move that one out to there, still can't go there, but can go there. So if that's there, that one could be there. Yeah. That one there. There. Yeah. And we can fit one dead center between all 4. Although there is no dead center because it's a odd shaped object. We'd have to favor one edge. Whatever, let's favor where the radar is. Hello, missing 2 robots. Come back home. I think that'll be in range. Good train coming around this corner will get zapped by both of them. We should be good. There's a train going all the way around, gets zapped by all 5 of them. I like that. Let's take that up to the other corners. Although there's no point in copying it, their orientation is different. I'll build that into the other corners. Between the signals on the outside. And in the same corner as the radar. Or did I change my mind? No, that's right. Over. Goes there. Very good. Going on with this playlist today. I'm not going to find this track in time, but I don't think it's a house music track. Oh, but it is. Did find it. I've removed it from the playlist. There we go. So one track at a time, I'm going to make it what I actually wanted in the first place. Shame that covers that rare metals, but this does line up very nice with that iron patch on the west there. It's there, put the poles in the middle. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. That ends up. Okay, so I checked all the signals, removed the one that was dodgy, and everything else is good. We put the Tesla coils in every corner in a place that I'm pretty sure is great. We can update our blueprint, the rail grid square, new contents of this. Only adds to the blueprint what it can see. Okay. We need to power the radars to make that happen, so we'll need to run our power lines between the two squares to make it happen. It's not ideal, but there we go. We're going to build them in here anyway in the future, I suppose. Up there, and away we go. As long as no rocks get in the way. Oh, we've run out of power poles. Perfect timing to run out. Let's temporarily use these ones and then delete them later. There. So yeah, radars are up. We can now see everything. Can update the contents of this one. From there, not catch any extra power lines. Covers everything there, covers everything there. 4 stops and everything, yep. Saved. Get back in the book. And we're good to go on that front as well. Let's take away these power poles then. Correct ones. To go get some more smaller ones to carry on building out here, but I'm going to place the in-between grid in now. Start building that and connecting them all up, and then we'll pick which grid's going to have the depot in and start building that. Designing that, I guess. A vague idea, but don't know exactly what it's going to look like. So that one's going to go there. Then we're going to build in Tesla coils on these ones as well. But that's added, I guess, train stops back to where I've deleted them before. No big deal. And yeah, those water pipes are going to get in the way of something, so we'll need to take care of that. Cancel them from here. Yep, good. That one, don't need that one. Don't need, do need that one, don't want that one. That's what I'm getting rid of. Those signals don't belong there. Something is wrong with that blueprint still. Those ones we want to remove, but that's like designed in. These ones as well. It's designed in and how it's supposed to go. Down this edge. Nothing changes, yeah. That edge, nothing changes, fine. There's nothing. But there should have been. No, that's fine. I think that's fine. Those signals. That stop's not needed. These signals are not needed or not wanted. That one. To that one. Those ones. Okay. Same up here, I guess. That's okay. They were not placed in. So why not? Oh, I know why. Yeah, I think I know why. Why those ghosts ended up there. You've started the Grand Apocalypse. Is that when you just buy too many grandmas and they try to overthrow you or something? Apocalypse. The Grand Matriarch is displeased. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Once. Right. What do we keep? That one, isn't it? He's not that good for this. This one we don't have here. Oh, yeah, we keep that one. Okay. That's why it's built in, because it's on that one. That is nothing wrong with the blueprint, just a thing we have to fix as we go around and add more in. By design, I suppose it is. Upgraded their powers too far. Yeah, sounds like it. I hope this doesn't affect cookie production. Oh no. Four times as efficient, that's a good thing. Why has the Grand Apocalypse made them better at making cookies? Head back and get more power poles so we can actually build that in properly. And more of anything else we're missing, I guess. Maybe some more rail. That's about it. Get rid of this stone. Get some more rail and power poles. They cause the apocalypse, I see. Vibes are off. But they're making more cookies, so does it matter? Is that an acceptable price to pay to get more cookies? Is just deal with the apocalypse? As long as you don't click too many bad golden cookies. Okay. Sure. That makes sense. Might need some more Tesla coils, thinking about it actually. Let's stack of them on the way past and fill in the old grid with where the Tesla coils should be. On our way back to the new bit. Yes. The water. Ooh, we're flaring. I guess because we've backed up on fuel because we're not using it for any trains. Means we do have that problem of too much petrol. It's not flaring enough. I think we live with it for now. Or just have to live with it for now. Didn't bring any spare pipe with me to fix this. Can I make any? Yes, some. Let's try. So we are going to need to move these ones. It's not the end of the world. Those ones, which is more awkward. That goes there, so that's going to need to go ahead of it. Goes there. That one there, and that needs to move up as well. Wherever it's going to end up, lined up with the water. Can I fit that there? No, that one needs to move up as well. Can just go one further up, I think. And the Tesla coil fits fine. That one goes to there. That one's going up to there. Needs power. That'll do the job. It's not ideal, but fine. It's connected, it's working. That's all good then with the water and the Tesla coils. Yep, perfect. This one built in. On we go to the next ones. Ooh, inventory full. Okay. We'll see. One guy chasing us with some stone. No, a couple of guys. Okay. Is there anything I can do about that? Burn some jetpack fuel to make space in the inventory, maybe. Let's go slow enough that these guys don't get orphaned. Until we clear space by building stuff, I guess. Won't happen for a while, so we're not building much in this area. We'll get there. Also like how these are going to charge me as I fly past them, which is good. When we upgrade our armour and can fit more useful things in, that'll be good, even better. At the moment it's just the roboport that we've got. There we go, we just cleared enough space to bring that stone in so they're back with us. Okay, do this corner. This is the start of the next square that we're building in, so we can go up and around here to build in these signals. Don't want them. Those power poles done though. Shouldn't be there. That one should be there. And then these ones shouldn't be here anymore. Been here in the first place? Oh no, because we built the square on the right, that's why they're here. They do need, yeah, taking away. No, that's wrong. I thought we were further north. These ones do belong here. middle section where the stop is. That one doesn't belong there. That's fine. Past the stop. Take those ones away. Which I had already marked, I guess, from the map. Makes a bit more sense. Does that mean... Yeah, we haven't done the Tesla coils east of here. We should do that quickly and then come back and carry on with the new square. On a junction there. Go. 5 Tesla coils up and running. Perfect. We go and carry on. North edge of the new one. Yeah, that one does have the signals. This is all good. I'm gradually remembering how it's supposed to work. Let them recharge a while. That one. Side junction. And that's not in the design, so that's spot on. Good. To the square we already just built up, so we're going to power that now. There we go. Picked all them radars up and stuff, that's nice. We still got, yeah, to come down the western edge and finish off the south as well. Don't want those signals, right? It's the entrance to the junction has the bypass. That's the situation where we don't put signals in. Do have the one at the back there, just don't have that one on that junction that we're adding in. Probably should have signals all the way down. Oh no, that's for stop. Yep, that makes sense. Could have signals all the way down the stop. Would bring people in quicker, but don't want to. And makes it harder to see the length of things. They need to get rid of the core seam to put that power pole in, so I'm just going to not. We don't have the material to do it. You need like a grenade or something. Can we make one? No. We'll just leave it for now, and if we actually use this square for something, then we'll close the seam off if we need to. That new junction we just put in, and then this is the entrance to a junction, so we need to take these signals away. Go. Yeah, distance is good because I just got shot from the middle and that one at the same time, so that's perfect. That's going to work very well. Like I say, if it's enough, they're going to probably need a battery or two in the trains. In addition, because the energy absorber has a little battery inside it, 5 megajoule. Might be enough, but I'm not sure, so I think I'd go with 1 energy absorber and 1 battery, maybe. We've got space for 4 items of that size, so it could be energy absorber, battery, and 2 solar panels. Or it could be more battery. Don't know if there's any point in having 2 energy absorbers. You receive twice as much energy. Doesn't seem likely. What mod's it from? Will it tell me? Doesn't look like it's going to tell me anywhere. Wireless charger, yeah. Charging speed starts at 750, upgraded via technology. And that's all. Okay, so probably not going to speed up from having 2 of them. Signals seem to be all good. Here it goes. Raglan, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. Do you think it's better to wait for core mining until you get a nuke? Start early. Lots of steam plants. Nuclear energy I wouldn't say is necessary at any point. I can understand that it returns a lot of energy quickly, and core mining is expensive, but it depends on your other options. So if you're just feeding coal into a steam setup, that's probably, like, I think core mining's too expensive energy wise to do that. You'd burn a lot of coal that you're probably going to use for better things. But you have other energy sources, you know, like solar. It's not particularly great at that point. Trying to get 25 megawatts for the drill itself, and then, like, obviously all the other buildings. The way that I am generating energy is through biomethanol in gas power stations. So that's another option. You can burn biomethanol or light oil. No, not light oil. Petrol. Petrol's the other thing you can burn in a gas power station. So, like, if you don't have much coal but you've got lots of oil, you could use that as a power source. And I suppose it depends how much core mining you want to do, because one core mining drill's 25 megawatts, but if you're trying to do like 10 of them, that's a significantly big power draw, I would say. But yeah, you know, it depends on like your resource settings and the rest of what you're trying to do, I suppose. On my build, I've got no need to do core mining. I'm doing a small amount down here to get just the rare metals, and everything else gets dumped. Because that was easier than like coming out to a raw metal patch, just to get a little bit of it. But once we have connected a raw metal patch, we'll do away with it, and I won't be doing any core mining at that time. So it does depend on a lot of factors, but I wouldn't say nuclear power is necessary to create the energy you need. There are other options. Okay, so we've finished that square. We did that square already. This one is very empty, so I think it's a good one to act as a depot. Or perhaps some kind of production with a depot above it would be the other option. You want depot central because that shortens the distance in the average of where they're heading. If we put one in here and we also built squares all the way around it, that would be better. One here is pretty good for the adjacents and getting to where the fuel is. So I think here's good. I'm going to bring a cliff explosive to close that core seam. Some landfill to get rid of these patches of water, odd patches. And then we can start designing what the depot is going to look like. Probably going to need some more signals, probably going to need some more train stops. Go take a look. Yeah, no worries at all. I mean, obviously I'm not like the expert, just sharing my opinion on it, but I think if you're like wanting to go ahead with core mining but you're not ready to do nuclear, then you should go ahead, to be honest, and just find another option. Not much space left to dump our stone in, but there we go, there's a bit. What do I need to make more train stops? I don't think we bulk made them. Need some glass. need some steel. Be enough for a bit. What do I need? Copper. This one. We'll grab some copper just to have some, and hopefully that's enough that we're crafting so far. I think we got some like freebie cliff explosives at the start, so they should be down here by the shelter. Yep, there we go. Then what else do I need? Maybe some more rail signals. Yeah, we'll grab a few more of them on the way back. Kind of been messing around. About 90 hours. Cool. It's a good amount of time, yeah. Don't have blue sites. It's fine. There's no specific rush. You don't fail if you take a long time. Starting area that looks like Florida. Ooh, awkward. Yeah, very awkward. Just need lots and lots of landfill. Which reminds me, I need a little bit. Should do plenty of jetpack fuel. Yeah, all good. I mean, it's worth going over if you've not seen it before. This is how we're making electricity on this playthrough at the moment. This system takes in water and makes electricity, and that's it. So it's pretty self-contained. It doesn't require any coal, is the main advantage over the other options I currently have. So like, I don't have nuclear yet either, haven't set it up. And we use greenhouses to make wood. Add the wood to steam and oxygen. So like steam is made in an electric boiler, water turned into steam. Oxygen is just pulled out of the air through a condenser. And that's how you create biomethanol. So they're three pretty easy things to make. And you can feed biomethanol into the gas power station. So this little block has got 10 of them. They're each making 4.5 megawatts. So it's 45 megawatts in a block. And all you got to do is feed water in. So that's like a real nice, simple way of making power. Welcome back, Aki. No, that's done for us. Power for a long time. We're making 2,000 megawatts in total, so we won't need to go and fix that ever, I hope. We're going to do train depot now. We've done fuel. Fuel is being made in colossal quantities. Is that all the landfill? Yeah. It's good. Let's go close that core seam, which I've not done before, so I hope I just kind of throw this at it and it works. Yep, perfect. Put that power pole there now. Lovely. Good. So yeah, we're making like tons of fuel, an absolutely crazy amount that we do not need, but there you go. And that's all the cracking involved, and that's all the refining involved, so we're ready for trains really. Where did I expand the placement? So if you've got something like landfill, stone, concrete, your numpad plus and numpad negative will change the size of it. So you can make them like a bigger placement, or a finer. If you've got like a little bit you're trying to fiddle with, you can go tiny. One thing I do want to do here is deconstruct everything inside the power grid. which is like just rocks and trees and stuff that are in this area. Almost as good as chainsaw, yeah. Okay, and then we need to design a depot. The purpose is to hold a bunch of trains, refuel them, and for them to be in a good spot to go out and do other things. So we're using LTN mod, changes the way that trains behave. They need a depot they can sit in when they're doing nothing, which is going to go in this square. Not again, you saw the full... Oh, you should... You could have skipped the first 5 hours where we made the power and just watched the rest of Key, yeah. It was interesting. It's an interesting power source, but yeah, it took a long time to get it built and everything. So the main issue I've seen in my like conceptualizing of a depot in this space is when they come off and park, when they get back onto the rail, they end up like crossing paths with ones that are coming off. You need to make sure it's like sequential. They come off and they come back on without crossing over themselves. And I think that means they can like only do it left and right or top and bottom. Can't do all 4 edges. So I think we want to like come off this edge and back on again up here. Means coming off this edge and back on again down there. Or other way round. Off at the bottom and on again there. There and on again there. That could be good. Let's try that. That means down here, and we can remove these train stops. They're not actually going to stop there, they're going to be elsewhere. I'm going to rejoin down here. The way that the train rail aligns with the power poles, we have like one where it clashes, and in the next one it fits in the dead center. This is where I want them, ideally. But up one. That's no good. Doesn't join quite. It's a bit too far east. That would be the next option. Take those poles out. And there. So we can, in theory, go in the middle as well. That might be like overkill. Don't know how many trains we want to fit here. It's not that many. That many journeys going on in this region. We'll need depots like all over the place, so each one doesn't necessarily need to hold tons of people. So before that junction we fit 5. Rather have 6. It's a nicer number. How about that? That's where they come out of the depot. There's no reason for people to go in there or there, actually. That's fine by me.
Sure, I'll follow you.
Could fit one here. Raglan, thank you very much for following. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. We could. So we could have 7 on the edge. It's kind of nice. Weird number, I don't know. Kind of like 6 as a number, but let's say 7's fine. We then need them to come off further west. Yes, they only need to come off once. And then they can split into the 7? No. Depends how we signal it. I'll explain my problem with that. We have, this is just an example. not the actual shape it will take, but I need to go through it so I can understand it, like what I'm trying to avoid. We have that there. They like sit here waiting to go. If there's a train in both stations, another train can come round and wait behind them, which we don't want, because that then prevents, like if it comes and waits behind the left one and the right one becomes free, no other trains will get in. That's no good, but move the signal back here, then they won't go into the second station if there's a train in the first one, because it's all that yellow block. So the first train goes into the first station, the second one won't go in. If we have those there but put a chain signal here, yes. Chain signal won't let a train past unless the signal it's going to is green. If there's a train there and a train there, it will wait back here in the blue section. Then if the one on the right becomes empty, it can go to that one, and so okay, so it's possible to come off the line once if we use a chain signal before it splits. That's fine. Work with that to remove these signals that are now no longer aligned. We might be able to do more than 7 if we took away all this bit as well, because that's not going to be necessary, not going to be needed. See how this goes a second. We'll build out the right length of these stations. See how it bends around corners and stuff like that. Need to fit a 10 long station. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Further. To put a signal in front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the back. Yeah, I like the signal to be on a straight piece, then we'll go around. So all of the stations are going to have that length and then join up. Junk. Deal with that. Let's just move it over to the edge out of our way. All the random stone and stuff like that. Ores from destroying stuff around here. Don't need the landfill anymore. Put that in there with it. Make a bit of space. Okay, so I'd like to bring that line, they're all going to join up at the top there. Bring this over, I guess, as far left as we want. Some trains are going to come around the bypass. Others are not. Trains not coming around the bypass are going to be on that line and they're going to come up that junction. I feel like we go up here. That one doesn't align. can't do that bend. Next one over is there. And then that would be unnecessary, except... No, it would be. Trains that are coming around the bypass will come off there if they're not going into the station. We remove that. Doesn't matter. They're going to cross paths whatever you do, so remove that. So we can add there, add there. No, because we can't get around the corner quick enough. Can do that one. Unless we don't, because we could do this at an angle and then like cut off the corner a bit. Seems unnecessary. Might make the journey shorter if we do like diagonals, but in this case we'll have 10 waiting spots, which is a nice number. Doing a depot, yes. Yeah, for the trains to wait in when they're not collecting anything actively. The first one. There will be many. And we're just working out like the bottom half, so we'll mirror this at the top of this area as well. Why don't I use bots? I actually find rail it can be quicker because you can drag and click. It depends on which I feel is going to be quicker to do. Which isn't necessarily what's going to be quicker to do, just what feels quicker. So in this case, because we're putting the same thing in multiple times, I can put them out, and while I do one, they can do others, and so on. So that seems like it'd be quicker with bots. But the initial build, where I'm like building, destroying, redoing, I like to do by hand. Dunno. Makes more sense to me sometimes as well. Sometimes, don't know. I don't use bots a lot in general. I haven't used bots a lot in general. Just don't really care. But I can see the advantages for sure. Using LTN, yes. We're going to try with it first, and if it is bad or too slow or whatever, then we could change things. But I think it'll be fine for what we're trying to achieve. It's not going to be that busy of a network, I don't think. Never used it. It's not bad, you know. If you know how circuit networks work, you can get it working. But it is quite complicated, and it's kind of slower in some ways. Will we have trains today? Definitely. Yep. Yep. We build the depot, then we've got trains. That's it. That's the next phase, so we'll definitely have trains today. Need to set up production of some of the bonus items for it, though. I want additional electric engines in them, which we're not currently producing, so we need to set that up too. Trains working. Yeah, I like seeing them. Like moving around and stuff, it's cool. And we'll go through a bit when we're setting up like the first journey, like how LTN works, because we'll need to configure it to get that working. There's all the stops. What we need to work out how we're gonna reference locations so that we can give these accurate names, like a grid referencing system, which I don't really know how to do, so I have to work that out. Okay, so that's the chain signal. So if they can't pull into a station, they'll wait back here when any station becomes free, they'll be able to access it. So chain signal at the entrance to the junction point, and then signals that tell you if the station is clear, and then the station. Output from the stations all on the same section. And what you can do is put signals before each of these junctions, and that will free up the stations quicker, slightly, because they're not waiting for the last signal to be clear before they move out of it. They can get in motion quicker. So I'm going to do these down here. Green light at the station. Yes, that's part of LTN. These are, and you know, there's the exit signal that carries on around. You can still build the regular train stop with LTN installed. There it is. But what I have built is a logistical train stop, which is the one from the mod. That comes with a combinator and a light. And the combinator outputs signals that the station is creating, and the light inputs signals into the station and into the train that's there. So when we want to tell the station what to do, what the parameters are, we feed it into the light. And when we want to take actions based on, for example, the contents of the train or the name of the train or anything like that, we can take it out of that combinator to action it, which is like a level of complexity we probably won't need. This network is simple, so that's why I think it will work okay. The lights changing colour based on various statuses to do with the mod, so that light's green because this station is clear. The light goes like, I think, red if you've misconfigured it, and blue if there is a train there ready for action or something like that. So that light on the stop tells you certain things about the status of LTN in this area. So we've got the chain signal up there. If a train is waiting there, we still want things to flow in like normal up to that point. So we want our usual like two wagon distance of signals. We'll go on the corner. Around the corner. No. Let's work from the other end. See it when we do the trains. Yeah, we'll see it in action later. Yeah, definitely. So that would go there. Right. There. Kind of. Let's put it around the corner. That goes there, and then 1, 2 there. 2 is there. And then on the corner. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. Good. That's one half. We've got one to do up the top here as well, but we can do that later. That's fine. We need to, yeah, like I say, work out how we're going to reference things. So like this grid needs a name, and then the grid next to it needs a name as well, which we can call like this is number 1 or something, but I don't. It'd be easy if we were only going north and east, because then we could start with A1 and then B1, C1 and so on. It's difficult. Bring the fuel here. Yes, this is where they'll refuel. Yeah. Call that 1, and then that becomes east of 1. Name the rails. Kind of. Thurston. No, because the junctions are in the middle, not the corners. Thurston. Don't know. We'll have to work that out later. I've got absolutely no idea. I have to see how other people have done it, like a naming thing. We'll call this so it's square 1 south. It's fine, it can be square 1 south. As in it's from the south stopping point. This will be square 1 east, square 1 north, square 1 west. Yes. Like I say, we can work out something easier. As we grow, we'll need something better than that to understand referencing. That's fine. We need all of these stops to have the same name. Can I copy paste? No. Can I copy paste from here? Yes. Good. No, apparently not. Just didn't click in the right area. We need the same name so that when a train is told to go to S1.S, it can use any of these stops. It doesn't have to go to a specific one of them. So we'll go to whichever one is available, the closest available one, which is what we want them to do because it's a depot. That's fine, so we're going to call that 1, will then be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Might call that 15. Possibly. Like I say, I don't like it, but we'll do it for now. So S15 south. S15 east. West. Okay. We have fuel, we have a depot. We need to set up how we're going to fuel the trains. So they don't usually burn that much. A loader, I would say, is overkill for getting it in. Like a fast inserter should be good enough, in my opinion. We have an inserter there and there, maybe, or let's go with there and there, front points. And fuel is going to run along there. Under there, I guess. Then a splitter there, and that one goes down like that. Okay, can I copy paste that? Yes. But I've missed a few power poles. Put those in a second. Okay. But this, where we are now, is the depot. It's not an unloading point, so we're going to need to use the east stop as an unloading point, although the west one might be better. Unload there, and it feeds down. The train that has unloaded goes all the way round to park up. They unload there. We need to feed it further on belts, a lot further on belts. No, we'll do it here. One belt should be enough. Like I said, I don't expect each train to use that much, really. Guess we'll find out. That's a stop, gonna need more belt. Also like to just put the power poles to the East of them, west of them. Gonna need more belt. Gonna need 6 warehouses. No. 8 warehouses. And a whole bunch of loaders. More than that. Okay, let's head back to base and stock up on what we need. That belt is in the right place, we'll see. How can we see the whole map without radars, satellites? I have radars, is how I can see it, but you are also able to do it with satellites. So this is map mode, and we've got radars in the corners here that cover the grid perfect, so we can see our radar coverage. This is satellite mode. It doesn't go to the map first, you just immediately come here, your bars change, your inventory changes, and you can just zip around everywhere and everything's perfectly lit. There's like 2 different modes. I don't use item request. I don't have logistic bots and I don't have a logistic bot network because we only have basic roboports and their coverage is tiny. So because the base is going to be so big, it's not worth trying to use logistics until we have the top level roboports. And even then we won't. I just won't. I know I won't. That's a ton of stone. I'm going to feed that into our disposal bits down here. Oh, except it's not going to do it. Damn. Because that's full. Never mind. We'll feed the stone into smelting if it will take it. It won't. They're full. Some of them are empty. Okay. That's okay then. Use them out of them all. Yeah. When you go near them you get everything, but I don't think we're going to have a central place that has everything. They're going to be spread out between the rail network. Probably the best place to get things will be up in space, where we combine them or something. Would be my expectation of the future. I've got more wood than I need to be carrying. Dump off these little stacks of stuff to make some space. I'll do for now. What did I need? Some warehouses and more loaders to begin with, and more belt. With the belt, warehouses need concrete, so if I want 8, I need 800 concrete and a ton of steel. Steel beams would speed it up. I remember doing this before. It's 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just need the steel beams now. We'll go scooping up everything everywhere. Over here as well. Two more. Big box, yes. Yeah, exactly. So we've got the AAI containers and warehouses mod, which is created by the same author as space exploration, so they go together pretty well. As well as a chest, which is a 1 cell block. We've got the strong box, which is 2x2, the storehouse, which I think is 4x4, and the warehouse, which is 6x6. And each of those holds a lot more. So it's like kind of having 36 steel box chests or whatever. But they all, like, they're good. You know, for train stations they're really good, with especially with loaders to feed things in rapidly and out rapidly as well. Off a common line. Where are those beams. There they are. Two more. What do I have time to 6? So I need another 2. One more. 50 more steel beams. Just going back to work. One more. What am I missing? Oh no, that's it. That's what I'm after. So that's 8 warehouses. 4 loaders, I think, would be sensible. They're up here somewhere. There they are. And then let's take a train with us. At least one. Should be able to get up and running shortly. Let's do 2 of them then. It's 4 locomotives and 16 wagons. Then we're going to need a bunch of cable and stuff. We'll deal with that after we've got everything lined up. Then I can configure LTN to function if I remember how to. We'll see. I vaguely know what you're supposed to do. I should be able to get this basic thing working, like get something and bring it here. Should be dead simple. We'll see. Here's the station. So first 2 of the locomotives, next ones are where we unload. Like I said before, we won't need this many loaders when we get faster ones, but for now, to unload as quick as we can, we'll maximise the number of connections we have. One more. Could be a warehouse for each of them. What's that? What's what? These things, the loader or something else. The output. Go to the bottom on the other one, we'll do the same here. Loaders. So they're the functionality for them is in vanilla, but you can't actually build them. And if you cheat them in, they have no graphics. And they've existed all along, but they've never been used by vanilla. Essentially, they perform the function of an inserter. They put things into machines and they take stuff out of machines. But rather than picking it up and turning around and so on, they just feed instantly. So in this case, everything that's in the warehouse is just going to appear on this belt. It just spits it all out, both sides of the belt, and out it goes. And then on this end, the wagon's going to stop. This one's going to pull everything out of the wagon, and this one's going to spit it into the warehouse. So rather than having an inserter, we have 2 loaders feeding into it, and they're just a lot faster than an inserter is because there's no waiting for it to turn around. And they use both sides of the belt and so on, so they're just like very fast, which is good, but a lot of people see it as kind of cheating really, or removing the fun of the inserters. So I don't tend to use them everywhere, like where they're not needed. Where an inserter's fast enough, I wouldn't bother. But they do serve a very good function in certain cases, and it's only in the latest, or not the latest patch, but the one before, experimental patch 75, I think, is that they've been enabled to work with trains. They haven't worked with trains before that point, so it's now possible to make very, very fast train stations, loading or unloading, using the loader items. So what we have is, again, a mod from Arendelle, I think is the author, if I remember rightly. So AAI loaders is a mod like AAI warehousing and what have you, that enables like graphics and functionality of the loader items. Train stops there. Fuel is unloaded onto a single belt, which for now will be enough, and the amount of unloading we're doing there is overkill, but you know, future-proofing, I guess, or whatever. They'll bring it down here and they'll load it into trains. Good. I think that's all good and will be functional. Got a couple trains built. I bought too many wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, no. These ones don't have a gap at the back. On purpose. There we go. Okay. Oh, they're going to need a bit of fuel to get started. We need to go over to the fuel station anyway, so we'll grab some when we're there. We need constant combinators and some wire. Probably more combinators than I can afford to make at the moment. Let's head over and grab some fuel for them. And we'll start by wiring up the fuel station. Maybe while we're down here grabbing what we need to make more combinators. What do I need? More copper. That'll keep us going for a while. Okay, so the enormous, huge, inappropriate amount of fuel we're creating all comes to this station here. We need to configure this within the LTN concept to let it know fuel is available here. We take wire, we take all of the storage that is at this station, we wire it together. I'm going to bring that down to the station. There will do. And feed it into the light, I think. Then I want a constant combinator. And I'm going to feed that into the light as well. The combinator has a variety of custom signals to configure the stop. So we tell it, like, we can isolate separate networks if we want, and we probably will in the future. So we can say each depot only does requests within a certain radius around it by encoding an ID to that, the stops are in that area that is only shared by them. We don't need to do that at the moment. They can use the default ID everywhere. We can tell it what minimum train length is required here. Like, don't send us trains that are only too long. Not sure exactly what it is. I think you tell it how many wagons you want. No, that can't be right. No, it must be everything. So our trains are 10 long, and they're all going to be that. So we don't necessarily need to configure it. But for the sake of like good practice, I'm going to tell it only send 10 long trains here. And the maximum length is 10 as well. Don't send us trains that are too long. So min max train length. And tell it how many trains to send. So if you build a network where your stops allow another train to wait, then you could have multiple trains dispatched to the same point at the same time. But we don't allow that because we're doing, you know, what someone called a bus stop, where only one train can fit. We don't want a second train to be dispatched until this one is clear. Slows the network down, slows the deliveries down, but that's how this is going to function. The maximum number of trains is 1 at this stop. Then we configure what we have here. So this is a provider in the network, this station provides goods to be collected. So we tell it this is a provider, just like that. And you've got other options for like the priority of it or something, or you can change numerically to work in stacks, not items or something. There's some added complexity with those that we don't need, basically. So that's the settings to configure this stop. These are the trains we want. This is what they do here. And then the signals from the warehouses are telling it what is available here. So our combined signals at the station are those configurations from the combinator, and those 64,000 fuel is what's available here. When we say we want fuel, the system looks up where is there a requester station that has fuel, and then it finds this one, hopefully, if I've set it up right. It's going to take some fuel to get those trains moving, and then we're going to fly over and configure them as well. Interesting. Yeah, so that's essentially half of it. We then need to configure the other half, the requester. Let's, yeah, like I say, just put some fuel in these so that they can get started. Okay, I'll configure these first while we're here. So we need a constant combinator in front of all of these as well. That's going to feed in configuration of what this stop does. So this stop, again, we want trains that are 10 long. It can fit, I'm not sure what we say on the limit actually. I think we say 1, as in this stop can fit 1 rather than this depot can fit 10. I believe that's the right thing to have. And then this one we say stop is depot. So it's not a provider, it's not a requester, it's a depot. So that's the signal we give it. And then it knows if it's looking for somewhere to stop, this is the depot. We need that same, oh, I should have done copy paste. Never mind. Copy those signals and paste them in. Seems that when you turn your jetpack on, you cancel your copy. Don't do wire, just haven't done it yet. So I've made the signals, and then we're going to need a bit more wire and plug them in into the light, which is the input. Yeah. And that's done already. No. Okay. That one's done already. Yeah. Good. So they're set up and it knows that's a depot now. That's dead simple. We don't need to feed in any like what's stored here or anything like that, because nothing is. Here at the requesting station where we're unloading, we do a similar thing. We wire up the storage again. The reason that we wire up the storage is to get it to stop delivering when we have enough. So if we ask for 1,000 and it reads these warehouses and it's got 1,000, it won't get any more because it's got enough. And feed that into the light as well, and then a constant combinator. We tell it minimum train length, maximum train length, number of trains, and then this is the one that's a bit different. So the requester threshold, we need to actually set a number. And the way that it works is it tries to get to 0. So it takes your request, adds what's in the boxes, and tries to get to 0. Am I right? No. We add another signal. Sorry, this is a requester. We tell it that. Then we need to tell it what we're requesting as a separate signal. So we need fuel. And this is the signal it tries to balance. So if we want each warehouse to have, oh, I don't know how much. What does a train fit? Fuel is in stacks of 100. A train has 40 slots. So a train has 4,000 per wagon. Sorry, a wagon has 40 slots. We have 8 wagons on a train. It's 32,000. So if we wanted a train to deliver in, 32,000 is a good number. If we set this to negative 32,000, then it knows it needs to add 32,000 in order to fill up what we've asked for. And that should dispatch a train to get 32,000. And it should know that one train will bring enough, but it's not going to be quite that clever, quite that quick. However, it's telling us there's no train available. I know why. Okay, so that's a good sign to start with. It has made a request. It knows we want fuel. There's no train available because you have to tell it to like which depot it belongs in. So we tell this train it belongs in S1.S, and we put it onto automatic mode, and then the system gives it its instructions. So I didn't tell it to do that. I just told it it lives in this depot, and now off it goes. It's making a weird journey. Or one I didn't expect, didn't think about. I know why it's done that, but I didn't think it would. Silly of me. Off he goes. He'll load up a full load of fuel. And they don't stop, so, or they do stop. They're configured to wait for an activity. So if you send it to collect 1,000, but it can collect 32,000, it will wait until it's got 32,000, unless that takes more than 2 minutes to do. This is cool. It is. It's a very cool system, the way that it works. It's not too hard to set up once you know how to. And for like middle ground stuff, like a network that's not too big, but is perhaps a bit too complicated for the vanilla stuff, this is a good solution for it. And here he goes. He'll go round. He'll go and make his delivery. And then he'll come back round to his depot. When he gets to the depot, he'll be dispatched on another mission, if there's one available. But we can kind of skip ahead a bit by enabling this train. So if we tell it lives here, off it goes. When the delivery is finished, it will create the new dispatch, and it's got a different train available, so it will dispatch this one to do it pretty much straight away. When this one has finished the task before going to the depot. So when that task finishes, off he goes, and this one is dispatched immediately to do the next one. So he'll make the journey down to where the fuel is stored. And meanwhile, the first train returns to the depot, waiting for the next instruction. What it can't do, or isn't, like this configuration won't do, is once that train leaves that station, in theory we know if we need another one, and it could dispatch another one, but it won't until it finishes the instruction before going to the depot. And it's sent a second train because these have not reached the signal we asked for. So we're at 28,000 in the positive, and we're feeding in negative 32,000. So they don't balance out. It sent another train. When that train gets here, that will definitely take us over what we've asked for, and it won't dispatch another one until we consume some. Yes, Aki, I noticed that and think we do need to change it. I would like to change it. The issue is that they are coming out on the bypass on purpose. We want them to come out on the bypass. The bypass sends them northbound. I think the best thing to do would be to rotate this onto the western edge. So instead of coming out down here, they come out down here. And then they can use that junction to go straight instead. Of course, that means they might be slower at going to something that's over here. So it's kind of like swings and roundabouts. Do you want them slow in this direction or slow in the other direction? It doesn't really matter. So you see that train wasn't dispatched. This one is returning to the depot. And that's because our signals now do balance. So we've got 60,000 in storage and we're requesting 32. So until we go under the 32, it's not going to send any more trains to get anything. And like I say, they'll use whichever one of these is empty, which is good. Get refueled. Going very well. I think we don't move it, to be honest. As in, I've built it, I don't really want to rebuild it. It's not the perfect route for this journey, but it could be a better route for future journeys, so I think we just leave it. Or we could, you know, cut this across here somehow. Like that. And then they might be able to do something different. But I don't want to do that. I guess like bringing that down to here, or, you know. Although having a junction like this one down here, no, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it like that. We'll leave it. So next thing I want to do for the trains, like they're there, they've got a depot, they've got fuel. That's all good. We want to build more of them. Depot, that side of the depot fits 10, so that depot square is going to fit 20, so we want to build out a bunch. But I do want them to be equipped with additional electric engines, so I want to set up production of those. Which is going to require lubricant up here, so we can build with. Big electric motor. Small electric motor plus circuit plus steel. Doesn't require any like sulfur or any other thing, so we could do it like where I'm stood. We have all those things here. So I say we tear this down and we'll build it here, so we just need to bring the lubricant up to this point. Currently I think I did leave a tank of it down here, yeah. Let's take tank away. Probably make more than one. I don't have any on me, of course. And here? Yeah. No, because that's there. Yeah, gonna need to go like get pipe and stuff in order to actually do this, but just plan it out anyway. We'll actually, yeah, send it left and around. In which case, let's do that alongside these. Maybe there and along, if it'll work. clear. Should be able to come along here. Yeah, somewhere around here is where we're going to do it, so say there for now. Yeah, and cut those like here. Not destroying all this. I think it would just be easier to go like that. Move that sand somehow. I mean, we can send it under. Doesn't quite go as far as I want. We will send it around the top. Inventory is, of course, full of junk. Let's put the rail back in its box. We're not currently doing that. Rail related things. Then yeah, we can focus on what we're actually doing, I guess. Bring the sand over the top here, I guess, instead of down. We need to keep that there. Yeah, that's fine. We'll build here. Need to pick up the pipe to go and actually connect it as well. Mustn't forget that. Let's do that now. Do that, and quite a few of those. In that case, actually, we do need to split here, don't we? Like that. It's fine. Almost torn it all down. Taking forever because there's so many cards to pick up in the process. Not got space for anymore. Let's feed some in. Set up the overflow as well. There we go, we've got space to work in now. Clear junk into here. Just keep the labs safe for the future, maybe. Crush sand. Yes. Okay. Can you crush inserter parts? Yes. Okay, so if we feed output into there, then we can crush the stone, and when it gets turned into sand, we'll re-crush it and get rid of it. I think. We'll see how it goes. clear out all the rubbish we don't need anymore. That's fine. Let's go connect up the lubricant so it actually starts flowing. There we go. Yeah, lubricant. What do we need? We need a small electric motor, which is gear wheel cable plate. Gear wheel cable, small electric motor, maybe swap them around. Yeah, sure. Then green chips, steel plate, so green chips, stone tablet, copper cable, green chip. That's copper cable. Why don't we do it here? Try and just do it all in a row. Cable, green chip, stone tablet. Which is there, good. And then feed them in to make big electric motor. Hopefully. So iron goes into there and there. Then copper goes into there and there. That goes into there and that goes into there. That goes out and into there and that goes out and into there. I need stone. That's it. So that's iron. That's copper. This can be stone. There is stone. There is iron. And copper's over here. That goes into there, they go into there, that goes into there. That's all good. Output from there and there. Go into there. Steel. And the lubricant. A bit. Yep, it's connected. Oh, it's getting very quick. Don't know, I might just not be making it very quick. I wonder if pumping it in might help. Maybe. We'll see, I guess. Be an inserter there, obviously. So that's big electric motor being made. Now need... Where is it? There. More electronic circuit and steel plate. Which are all here already. And seemingly we're not using it that fast, so why don't we try and just steal it. That there. That there. out they go. There, additional electric engine. So it's 2 big electric motors every 20 seconds. And that's what we're making, so that's all good. It's not very fast. 1 every 20 seconds. We need quite a lot, but it's something. Also actually need to put that in there. There. I'll start making them. We're also going to need 1 energy absorber per train. Per locomotive, I mean. Just make a bunch of them. I don't know, it's not that bad to handcraft it, but we might as well set it up and fill a box of them. We're going to need a lot of trains in the future, I think. Got batteries and copper here. Where else have we got batteries and copper? Just over here. That bay machine here doing it. Oh, and it needs copper cable as well as copper. Damn, okay. Gonna get that there. That'll do. Like that? Yeah, sure. Out into a chest to start stocking up. Then I don't know what we need beyond that. That might be enough. Just an absorber and the engines I want, but we've got space for 3 other 2x2 items. More generators don't think are necessary. Maybe a solar panel, maybe a battery, but if it's not necessary, it's not necessary. Belt immunity is not needed for a train. Laser defense isn't needed because we're on peaceful. Roboports aren't what I want or how I want to do it, but that is an option to unload your trains by logistic drone from a local roboport inside the train. Other defences. No. I think we just leave the spaces empty unless we need them, so we'll try it with energy absorber and electric engine, and if it's insufficient and we need battery, we'll go for that, and if it needs more power, then maybe a solar panel and a battery. See how it goes. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 engines per locomotive. Why don't I handcraft 8? Well, this makes a couple more as well, maybe. There that goes. Actually, tell you what, why don't I, while we're crafting them, why don't I take another break, because I haven't taken a second one yet, and we are 5 hours in, so it would be a good idea. Just go stretch my legs again and everything. Oh, the Grand Matriarchs have been appeased. That's good news. Thank you for letting me know, Mondo. I'm really happy about that. There's 8. Yeah, like I said, while we're crafting them, I'm going to just take a quick 5-minute break, stretch your legs and all that, and when I'm back, we'll try out these additional engines in the locomotives and see if our Tesla coil charging is sufficient. So a few minutes and I'll be right back. See you then. Hello, hello. I am back. Okay. Let's have a look then. How many did we get in the end? Some more. If I take them, make 3 more. Can't. Can make 1 more. Got 10, 20, 28. And for all 4 locomotives we currently have, I want 32. 24 more. 1 from there, 1 that I'm handcrafting, 2 more. God, no, I've got no spare motors or anything. Yeah, fine. Be patient. 1 more. There we go. Okay, let's go see if we've got 4 energy absorbers. Could do. Yep. Going. Yeah, I don't know. Do we need Tesla coils by the depot? Because they're going to be sat there. They're not going to be draining any power there, but don't know. So there's an item called the additional electric engine, which increases speed of vehicles when it's equipped in them, which is something you can do in the mod that you can't do in vanilla, is give items to a train. Specifically with locomotives, it doesn't affect their max speed. Don't know why, don't know what the rules on that are, but it does increase their acceleration. So every additional electric engine we put in will make the train speed up quicker. Doing that drains electric power, so we also need to provide a source of electricity to their grid, like you would in our armour. We've got solar panels, batteries and a roboport. They're going to have additional engines and a source of power. There we can fit 8 additional engines in each locomotive. I think, yeah, the bonus is 30% each, so 240% acceleration is good. We're going to put an energy absorber in, and then we've got space to put batteries or solar panels or whatever if we need to. The energy absorber gets power by having electricity shot at it by Tesla coils. So I've put Tesla coils on every junction that I hope are enough to recharge it by the amount it's lost by driving past. Trains are fast anyway, yep, but they can be faster. So at the moment we're feeding them fuel, which is a good speed source. Can't remember what bonus it is, I think it might be 100%. In the future we get an advanced fuel that makes them even faster, as well as adding the engines and stuff like that. So they're gonna go, they should go nice and quick. Hopefully. So we'll equip both locos. Do the same with this guy. There. And then, yeah, I want to test that charging speed. So let's switch to manual for a bit. If we drive past at full speed, how much charge do we get? Tell you what, we don't slow down very quick. We get 82% charge on one drive past. And it drains very quick as we go, but that shoots it to 100. And then by the next corner, or so, not to 0, but very, very close. It's not quite enough. That is not what I wanted to do. I may have pressed left too late. What on earth? These. Okay, we'll need to go get more wagons for them. Luckily I didn't destroy the locomotive. The amount it drained was a bit too fast for me to be comfortable with it, and coming around here instead of going in a straight line, obviously it loses more. But the drive-by seemed to give 100% charge. Yeah, so we need a battery, is all. So we can take more charge in and it will last longer. A battery, I don't know, multiple batteries maybe, but we'll start with one each. See how it goes. Hey, go left. There we go. Better that time. Really does not stop quickly. Yeah. Anyway, they can go back on automatic for a bit. Let's go get 7 wagons to fix that train and set up production of personal battery, big personal battery. Wants 4 personal batteries every 15 seconds, and that makes 1 every 10. It's complicated math. 3 of them? Roughly, I don't know. We'll do whatever. Locomotive, no, wagon stored up here. That'll let us fix that one. Then, yeah, somewhere with batteries, but we're already doing these. Okay, over here with batteries. Where do they go? Around and down here. Change some of these over, they're not going to be making any more here. We're going to make personal battery. We need green chips and iron plates. Green chips and iron plates. Must have them around here somewhere. Yeah, green chips are there. The iron plates? Yes. That's if we take... Well, we were making more solar, but I don't think that's necessary either. Yeah, stop that as well. Okay, and then big personal battery just needs iron plate and copper plate adding to them. Where have we got copper there? Iron and copper combined anywhere? Oh, all the way over here. No. Keep it really basic and messy. Somehow. That'll do for now. as in it'll just make some as we're off doing other stuff, and then we can do all these kind of things properly when we move them into the grid. Properly or whatever, but on a scale like the crazy scale we did with fuel. Okay, just need like 4 to begin with. Kenny, yeah, I can make 1. Get rid of all those rocket control units I don't need. And any other junk while I'm down here. Few bits and pieces. Need any of them right now. That'll do. Oh. What did I do? Why are they there? Oh, that's something I need, so I don't need that 5th one. Yet. If this doesn't work, and then we'll come back and we'll get more. It will. I think it'll be enough. As long as the Tesla cores put enough charge in every time. The input and the drain seem to be roughly the same, so if it doesn't, like if it's taking that kind of journey where there isn't a Tesla coil, which, we could just add Tesla coils over here, I guess. It's an option. What have we got? Put one in there. That one. Sky. His friend. Then rebuild the ones I smashed into the back of. We can perhaps avoid that happening by driving this one away instead of the other one that's in a random spot. Yeah, go to manual mode. You get zapped up to 13%. Yeah, not drained all the way. Each zap isn't taking us back to 13%. Kind of close on some of them though. I think it is draining faster than it's putting. Oh, I don't know. It's close. And yeah, the longer you're at the junction, the better. If you go around in circles, you'll get more charge. If you're always taking the bypass, you won't. I suppose. You'll get less. Overall, it seems to be building charge rather than losing it. Gradually. Of course, if it runs out of charge, all that happens is it slows down a bit. It's not the end of the world. I think that's fine, although of course I've parked it silly and started loading fuel into here. Well, adding more batteries won't make a difference at this point. That battery was definitely big enough for the job. Problem is whether they get enough power in. The only real thing to be done to change that is add more Tesla coils. For example, if we go to where there is a train station, we could add one near that, and then if they stop at a train station they'll get additional charge, a lot more. Just have one here, for example, or over here. Depends on where we put the power pole, I guess. I wouldn't put one in the middle. But if we upgrade that to a medium one and put a Tesla coil there, which I do like the idea of, but we'll need to put one of them on every corner, this section, or halfway down, bring the power pole out, put one in. That's like in the middle of the station. They'd only do this side though, wouldn't do trains on the other side, so like middle would be best. Yeah, which I don't want to do because of the power. I think we try it as it is, just leave it, see how it goes. If we're consistently seeing trains without any charge at all, then you know this is not working. We need to make a change to it. Otherwise, I'm happy with it. Make sure I put this guy back on automatic. Be sure I did. No, there we go. Okay, I'm happy with that. We're making more, so when we need to put more trains in, we'll be ready to add that equipment to it as well, and we can use that. So that's like good for our network. We're up and running with fuel and a depot at least to start with, which is great. We can start actually using this for moving away from this. So step one, I'd say, is mining up some iron and smelting it. We're going to do in this one over here. So let's grab all our rail stuff and build out the next square, I guess. And we can look at, yeah, how and where we do that. I think the squares are big enough. We should do all the mining, enriching and smelting in that square. And that square will just have no input and output. I will have input. It'll output iron plate. It'll need sulfuric acid inputting, which is awkward. How are we going to do that? So do we need to do sulfuric acid first? We can't, because you need iron plates to make sulfuric acid. We shall see. Yeah. Don't know. What would we do that? Like, we can make sulfur, send that there, and so make sulfur wherever, bring that in, turn it into sulfuric acid here. It's probably best in order to do the enriching or whatever it's called. Or we can barrel up the sulfuric acid, bring barrels of sulfuric acid here. Then you need a train that takes empty barrels back. Well, the same train can do it. You can have full ones in the front and empty ones in the back. Do the same journey over and over, but not with LTN, of course. That would be like vanilla. With LTN it would need to be different. So you'd need, in that case, like a station for unloading barrels of sulfuric acid, a station for loading iron plates to go away, and one for loading empty barrels to take away. So it's doable. Don't know. We need to build the square out anyway, so that's step number one. Let's put away our like belts and stuff and grab the rail bits instead. These inserters here, not going to need them yet. Loaders as well, I guess. Put them there. I don't need pipe at the moment. Therefore, no pumps. Stuff. We can put plenty of those around, and I don't think I'm going to use as many as I originally planned, so we'll dump them. Going to need more radars making. The other kind of pump in here. Other machinery in here. That one. Okay. That's fine. Gonna need more radar. That's what we need. More. These need some stone bricks. Yeah, like I said, I don't think we were making them anyway. Some steel. Probably more stone. Probably should. The amount we're using probably should set up making them somewhere. Well, we'll use that for now and then deal with that later. That's fine by me. More power poles definitely needed. Lots of them. Probably enough medium ones. That's fine. Do we need any landfill in the square we're going to? No. Nope, none needed there. Just take these ones and these ones that I dumped earlier. Fine. Anything else we're making that I might need? Coils. Definitely. That should do us for now, I think. Yep. Good. Let's go out and start building this then. I'm going a long way away from here, I guess. There's no real option. That's where the iron is. Half an iron we can use there. South is just as far. Nah. Lots of flying back and forth, but there we go. Part of the job as a engineer on an alien planet. Going in this one, I guess we do these rare metals, I guess. Not too happy with where that lines up. Might do something else there. Here we are at the edge. Should start being more careful about running on the rails because there are trains around now. That one in there. So next few we're going to need go up or down. We'll need landfill. Oil there doesn't seem worth it. There's oil there. We'll probably get to easier. Perhaps that's where we make sulfur. Though it's quite a way away, I'd rather be closer at this point. Just an empty square to do production in, I guess. It's got a bit more iron. Interesting. Maybe get that copper, possibly, although there's mineral water there, which we should avoid. This copper's probably the one to get. But we need to landfill that lake in order to get that. And then there's more there. That's probably what we'll do next. So we'll do the iron here and then we'll head to this eastward direction, 2 blocks. Yeah. Good. One does take a while to build though. Ooh, I said I was missing something, but now I'm not. Do I have enough train stations? Just about. Need more of them soon. Or we dig up the ones we're not going to use. Or, yeah, 4 here that we don't know what we're doing with. Could take them away for a while. Use them elsewhere, where we know what we're going to do. Example. Always filling up on stone anytime we run around. Good, so that egg's done. Missed the power poles on the right here. Start again. And robots need a recharge, no problem. Remember to check the signals on the east side where we joined 2 together. So the signals will need changing, should need changing. Fortunate position for that copper ore, it's going to get run over. Probably should have made a world with more ore patches, I guess. If I'd known in advance that we're going to have a grid and lose some of them to alignment. One that needs to go. That's a fault in the blueprint then, because there's nothing else around here. I don't see... ah, there is one there. There. I think I removed it from the blueprint. Find out next time I place one, I guess. All the other signals look right, actually. Does confuse me every time where they should and shouldn't be, but looks fine. Here is where they're joining, so here's where I would expect them to change. These are not from the blueprint, they're from the pre-existing, so they do need to go. That one stays. That one doesn't get built because there's a square there. then these ones need to go. No, I've got that wrong. Too early on. Those ones need to stay. Yep. Stop, and then that one's not built. These do not get built because there's a square there. There we go, that's better. Okay, that's that square built in. So now we need to swap equipment again. We need drills, belts, machinery. Let's go take a look. Stone again. Probably, yeah, look at how much we can mine up and what that means in terms of like how many smelters and stuff we're going to need to have. May need to do a trip to do the mining, get the right numbers, and then work it out. Although mining always increases, so like with research. We can build a layout now that's correct, but any more research and we're going to need something different, I guess. But that's fine. That's the game, isn't it? You go back and you rebuild it. That's what we'll do. We'll go back and rebuild it when our research significantly changes. It's perhaps a reason not to enrich it. Just do regular smelting for now to get everything up and running, and then when everything is up and running, we can look at adding enrichment into the process. Might be a good idea. One too far down. Chest for our rail-related stuff here. Which we are running low on, no big deal. Gonna need a bit more solid rocket fuel before we head out to get the junk put in the junk boxes. Jar full, of course. Can't crush things fast enough. There we go. Okay. Belt. Definitely going to need that. A few splitters, few undergrounds, but just in case. To adjust things around places. Put those things back into our inventory. Upgraded drills are here. Don't know if that's going to be enough of them. We should definitely get that moving. Bring down rare metals that we've dug up. Keep this going to make more. There we go. That should be enough to start the mining. So let's go do that. I know it's a long flight back and forth, but I think that's always going to be the case. We should look at prioritising when we're able to research and build new things. Stuff that might increase our flight speed or something like that. Can hop in a train to get around, but you've seen how badly that tends to go. Too fast maybe, and the empty one I'm not sure what to do with. Some kind of production, maybe we'll ignore the rare metals and make science packs there or whatever. Here's the one we're mining up. Get all the stuff around the field out of the way. And yeah, bring the power pole grid over. copied over the whole thing to begin with. A few too many of them in the northwest there. Yeah, we'll cut that back just a little. Okay. So the Mark II electric mining drill has a different coverage to the regular one. It goes wider, but it's the same footprint, so we'll build it in the same pattern, you know, like this. And it'll be able to dig up things from further away, which I guess is good. Don't want to build anything where it's got very small coverage. Like that's 2,000, it's not worth wasting the drill on it. 100,000 is better. Don't want to need to come back and replace empty drills at all if possible. Patch there, I don't think we can get anything meaningful from. So go the other way. That's like one extra drill, I think it's worth it. Head for the like dense patches really, that's the key. The longevity of it. I think this is going to take a lot more drills than we had available. Right. One's on the... oh, it doesn't matter. One's on the polar facing left. That's how we'll do it going forward. So even that's 50k and it's not even on top of anything. The extra coverage range of it. Leave them ones. Let's start the next row up. 63, that's enough. 10, I think I'll say, is not. It's 49, we'll do that. It's like a full length one, so if we can copy paste that one. All of the coverage maybe. The pasting only puts in the ones that are actually covering something, which is very helpful. Skip some of these edge ones that aren't doing much. That one too I'll skip. The edge ones, make sure they're getting a good number. And yeah, we do. Oh, we do have more. Okay. Okay. Boom them, but they should be fine. This one, no. Those ones are good. Now it looks like we run out. Bit at the end's a bit awkward, so I'm going to check them all rather than copy pasting again. Yeah, still lots to be mined here, definitely. I wonder if we're going to have trouble with the belts, whether they're going to be fast enough to dig a full line out. I'll need to check that, I guess. 48, yes. Bit arbitrary, but there we go. Go with my gut. There. So yeah, we do need a lot more, but you know, we're making them. That's fine. Like the longest line, is this one. That's got 41 drills. So their mining speed 0.75 plus 20% productivity. What's the default speed? I don't know, is that like, so we're receiving an item every, how often? Doesn't tell us here. The same problem as with the oil, I suppose. It's I don't know. Mining time 120%. I'll use Factory Planner to get some useful information. These are done and kind of irrelevant. I'm going to get rid of them. Just to get numbers more than actually plan something. What are these miners? These are Mark II electric mining drills. So you start with the normal vanilla one, burner mining drill, then the normal vanilla electric mining drill, then the next tier is already unlocked before you go to space. You just need to get some rare metals to make them, which we've done. So they're just like faster and bigger, they cover a bigger area and mine quicker. I'm just trying to work out like how quick. I say I want iron ore. Do I have a like mine iron ore? Yes. See, 120% means 1.2 seconds it looks like. So I can change my SIS. We're now mining with Mark II. Okay. What I guess I want to know what one machine is. Yeah, I want to know at the moment. Yeah, a bit faster. But significantly, not like double, but still more. So one machine makes 45 iron a minute. So it's making 0.75 a second. Yeah. Yeah. And red belt can take 30 a second. So we can have 40 drills on a belt at the moment. And obviously when we upgrade the belt we can have more, but when we upgrade the drills we can have less. So if we do mining productivity, yeah. I plan on using improved ore. Not to begin with. We need to have some iron production in the rail grid to start transporting it by rail. I think it's best that we just do some smelting. Then we'll use that to set up like the supply of iron plate to make sulfuric acid somewhere, maybe. Something like that. Want to transport iron or plates? I think we want to transport plates, and the main reason is the size of our grid. If this square was dedicated just to mining that patch of iron, then this is it, and that's wasteful, I think. we have all this space that we could do the smelting in, and the enriching, and everything. And enough train stations around to deliver in the materials to do enriching and stuff like that. So I think it's best with this size to create the plates here and move them around by train. On this array of trains, you would have a bus. No bus. So you'll have like a square where we're making logistical items: belt, splitter, underground, loader. And we'll have deliveries of iron plate, copper plate, and whatever else they need. You know, if they need like stone or whatever, they get delivered in. The items are made in the square, and then the finished goods are available. If they need to be sent on somewhere, they're unloaded. It gets a bit more complicated if we need multiple products. So square bus, well, yeah, kind of belts will feed together and within the area. I don't know what it will look like. I'll have to try making it before I'll know what it looks like, but like I said, this is a completely different approach to what I normally do. I normally do like a super duper long bus in a straight line and what have you. I wanted to try and train squares because I thought the mod would be a good opportunity for it. So we'll see. Yeah, it gets difficult if you need more. So if we need iron plate, copper plate, stone, brick and steel and glass in one area, we've only got 4 stations, so you can only unload 3 different and dispatch 1. You need the station to be capable of unloading multiple different items using filtering and stuff like that, which we can do, but it's a bit more complicated, you know. Add stations for loading, not really. They have to fit in this gap in the edge, so there are 4 stations in every square. That's all there are. You can load and unload at the same place. It's possible. You can load different things and unload different things in different places. It's all doable. Just gets a bit more complicated each time is all, which is fine. So yeah, my thought process here was, if we add any mining productivity, our belts are not fast enough for the output here. So this only works if we don't do any further research, I suppose, until we change something more fundamental, like come back and redo it with better belt, you know, where we've got blue belt unlocked. It's fine. At that point we might be able to come and set up enrichment. Probably will be able to. That's an incomplete line, so I'm going to send that around and join it there. This one I think we'll leave as it is. The next one we'll combine. Maybe? What's that? No, that's 51. We can't combine all that. 9. Okay. Wrong side, sorry. That's 25. 24. 1. We can combine the last two, I guess. Or 3 as it is, yeah. That feeds into that, and they all further feed down that. Oops. And yeah, probably bring them over. I guess we want to balance the sides and then balance the belts. Best practice, I guess. Maybe. Do that neatly. Not really. Let's not worry about it. And there. And there and there, I guess. No? There. That'll do. So I want to maximize space, combine them to the right, send them up, start smelting that way. So yeah, that's 1, 4, 5, 6. How many lines do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Awkward number again. Very awkward number. Damn. 40 can go together. That is 76. So those 3 lines can be brought down to 2. It's 28. It's 31. 60. So it's, none of the others can really be combined very well. All of that is 100, which would be 3 lines needed. Not going to be any good way of combining these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can bring it down to 9 lines, but that's not any easier or better. What can we do? We're going to do something. It's 180, which is, yeah, 5 lines needed. We checked what we got in total, 315. 315 divided by 40. 8 lines are needed at the end. But yeah, it's 10 to 8 again, but even messier than last time. We can't like turn these 4 into 2. They all need to come together and then be sorted out. I do want to. Is there any point in balancing the sides? There is, I think. Don't really know, but I think there is. Okay. these along as well and then work out how to do it. Because that alt 30 is it's already good the way I've combined them. Okay. Just need to push them all into each other and back again and back again. Really, I think. Outside's almost empty. Can we not just cascade it all the way down? Again and again until it works. Belt equalizing, yes. The problem with equalizing is we also need to reduce, so we're not just equalizing 10 to 10. We're trying to turn 10 into 8, which is harder, much harder. I don't think an equalizer is the best way of doing it. I think you need to just push everything down as much as you can. So this will push, so these continue. Yeah, that one continues as well. But the top one stops, which forces it into any gaps in the second one. Gaps are made in the second one by... yeah, is this the wrong way around then? We need to make gaps in the second one first. Make gaps in the second one first before we can push it down. Do by pushing that down first. Just don't know the best way of doing it. Other than perhaps not mining it up in the first place. Do you... What am I trying to do? I'm trying to turn 10 belts into 8 belts. That's all. The problem with forcing the outside to the next one down is if there isn't a space, it won't go in. Ever. Like, so if the second one is already full, it won't go in. The first thing we need to do is open as many spaces on the second belt as we can. Do that by forcing into any gap on the inside, then the next one all the way up. If there's any gaps down here, they force in, but odds of them doing that are so slim. Well, not so slim, but not perfect. But let's say we can do that. I'm going to force this one in as well, and then that one. Then at that point, we're forcing the outside down into a maximum gap possible in the next line. Which is great. Then we just want to do the same thing again. Create as much of a space as we can and then force things into it. So this is the bit we need to be careful of. Needs to go there. Also goes on here. First row ends, we stop the outside line. When the second row ends, we stop the next one, so they all continue like that. And I don't know if that's like, if that is the best way of doing it. There is a belt balancer from 10 to 8, but it's very complex. Yeah, at that size they always are very complex. Let's take a look at it. I can find one. But yeah, I don't think it'll. Don't know. That one doesn't exist anymore. Full. 2/8. This is what I'm after. What I'm looking at is no longer there. Follow this link to the picture and it's not there. 2022 belt balancers. Where's my... Okay, what have we got? These are all 1, 8 to 8, 6 to 6, 4 to 4, 3 to 3. No. These are 8 at maximum. There's 128 to 128, sure. Okay. 10 to 10. Which, like, one thing you can do, I suppose, is do a 10 to 10 and cut 2 of the outputs. There's 10 to 8. 10 to 8 in red would be nice. Two. No, only in blue. Okay, and then I can use a upgrader to downgrade, can't I, from blue to red. Splitter to red and blue underground to red. There we go. What's this one you look like then? Let's have a look. I think this is the same collection, yeah. Looks like it. Okay. We'll send. That's fine. If it works, it works. Every line should cross with every other line at some point. Most... which way round is it? Balancers only work if they back up. It only works if the belt remains full, which will happen. It always does. It's inevitable. And at that point they work fine. If it's about like throughput and the belt's not going to back all the way up, then a balancer doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't balance, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, like, I would never build this myself. And most balancers were designed before splitters allow priority settings, which changes some things. Because again, if the belts back up all the way to here, then it becomes irrelevant, really. You just need a splitter with an opportunity to push it in, and if they back up past that splitter, then it will push them in, I guess. In which case, if they're gonna back up, you just cascade all the way down like that with priority right, and it'll work eventually. Don't know. And I can just use this. I don't like doing it, but I can just use it. I don't know. It's the easy thing to do, isn't it? We just do this and see if it works. Yeah. It's going to back up so much that it won't matter, I'm sure. Okay. So yeah, I want to pull it all the way over, leave the... if we're gonna... Are we gonna unload anything here in the future? Maybe. So let's leave a little gap in case we do need to unload anything. Got this available, why don't we leave a couple more gaps and we'll go here. Could do some 4-to-4 balancers here then. I don't really work if this worked. Yeah, he's not sure of the entire concept of it all. At that point, if there is gap on the inside, it will push into it. And then here it will get pushed into all the way up. That's exactly what we want. Just might need to do it multiple times unless it backs up. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then balancing's irrelevant, really. I do like doing balancers. 4-to-4 ones are nice and neat and tidy and looks nice to have them. I'm not sure if they do anything valuable or not. Like I said, why don't we do it just in case it does help in some way. These up for some smeltering, wherever that's going to happen. Okay. So if we've got, forgotten the number already, 315 drills. Chain. We're going to make iron plate. We're going to not enrich it to begin with. Come back and add enrichment later. Perhaps a reason to leave a gap. Well, I guess we can just send the belts the other way when we come to add it. That's fine. We're going to change my preferences. Use electric furnace for smelting. And then we're going to mine that out of the ground rather than getting it from anywhere else. Using that kind of drill. So I want to increase the number until we have 315 drills. less than that. Slightly more than that. There. 10,625 iron plate per minute. 8 belts of iron ore will create 6 belts of iron plate. Yep. Using 283 electric furnaces. So our typical layout. Not there, down here. Ooh, that's been emptied. Yikes. The iron won't last long. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 18. Should be more than that. To fill the belt. Yeah, it is. We're not filling the belt that end. That's fine. 283 divided by 6. 48. 48 smelters in each run, so 24 each side. In 6 cells. Yeah, okay. It's hour coverage put out, and then we'll head back and swap out this junk for more drills if they're ready, and furnaces. Start. Let's head back. Let the bots catch up and then head back. Okay. Junk to get rid of. Can throw it into the smelting, I guess. The iron at least. The stone might need crushing. We're not used much. Go. Used much at all. There we go. Good, took it all. More belt, definitely needed. Oh, this is stopped because of the stone. It's, yeah, always awkward. Let's try and smelt it. Yeah, there we go. Good. Good. More belt. Probably more inserters. But perhaps we get started and then find out how many. A few more for now. We get... ooh, loads more. Lovely. Let's fill that back in again and get even more. Something's wrong here. Stone is not outputting. Oh, there we go. Loader just went funny. That's operating again. Good. The rest of those rares in here. Make a few more drills. And electric furnace. furnaces. Got some there, got more up here somewhere. Do I need? Oh yeah, they're up here. I want to round up, don't I? So I want 6 48s. 288 of them. That's 250. 288. Like that. 285. There we go. 208, how much power? 40 megawatts. That's a lot of megawatts, but it's not that much for us. Like, yeah, without modules, the power consumption isn't bad. Pollution's very bad, but we're not using pollution, so don't have to worry about that. A bit more rocket fuel will be needed, but that's fine. 315 drills is what we've got at the moment. That can be boosted with like mining productivity and stuff. We'll make that more, which a bit awkward, but there we go. It's restocked on fuel. Let's head over and get started working it out, even if we can't do it all. Yeah, it's not bad, that's for sure. It's going to be over 10,000 iron plate per minute, which is going to last a long time. Not a huge amount of time, because, you know, that's Krastorio for you, but that's a lot of iron plate. Might not even be able to get that out quick enough on the trains until we tech up faster loaders and what have you. All the drills built. It's good, yeah. Okay. Where's the first one going to be? Here, probably. It's slightly different layout, maybe, because what we usually do is have them pushed in a bit, or out a bit. The belt is distance equally. Yeah, one of them's pushed in a bit, and the other one isn't. There is another way around that. Output onto double line and do a 48 in a long, like 48 each side onto a double line. Can do. It'll be very long. I mean, for now we have the space, we're not doing anything else here, we're just making iron plates like this, so we might as well do that. And then in the future we'll have to rearrange this whole place. Send the lines the other way, like I say, and then do enrichment down here and then do smelting somehow. Yeah, I'm cool with it. If we can just check how long it will be. Doesn't hit the rail line first. How we input is going to be interesting though. We're going to have 6 input lines from the 8 we've got here. Yeah, we can work that out. We just this might be a bit too close to do that in. Yeah, we should move one further away. At least one further away. Yeah, one will be enough. first one, that'll be the second lot. Just turn them around. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. $20. 40. That should be 48 in a row. 2 on 96. Yep, all good. I think. The input is. Have I got this the wrong way round? 8 belts in, 6 belts out. Yes, can't do it like this. Which is why we didn't on the other end. The problem is this belt running down this side will be insufficient ore for the output. It won't make it all the way to the end. So we can only actually do 36 in length, and then we need to combine the output belts down. Fine. We shall do that. That's the 36th. There. Yeah. Yep. Otherwise we'd need like a second belt running down the outside here that cuts in when it runs out and gets a bit messy. So we'll just combine the outputs. So this won't be outputting 2 belts, it'll be outputting 1.5 belts. We'll deal with that when they're all in place. And then we'll need 8 runs, so that's 2. That is 4. And 8. Could have left more space between them, I guess, but I don't know. I like things being compact. Start up here. Nice. Yeah, it's good. Good to have. Do this, then we do the same with copper somewhere. Find a copper. How many plates in red belts? 6. 6 red belts are plates. Yeah. But 8 will come out the end, and we'll have to do an 8 to 6 somehow. I think. Yeah, 1.5, 1.5. Or we can do 4 to 3 twice and then can add them together or something, I don't know. And then, I'll tell you what we should have done. Send the ore to the left-hand side. Then we can load it at this station and not have to drag a belt miles away to that station. Yeah. And then leftwards instead. I think we should do that. Turn these around, unfortunately. But yeah. If you don't use a main mast, can you use trains for 6 belts? Yes. You just need them to travel fast enough or carry enough in each trip or whatever your where you need lots of trains. Each wagon carries 4,000. 8 wagons, 32,000 per train. 32,000 per train. We're making 10,000 a minute, let's say 10 and a bit, so let's go with 3 times. If we wanted to move all of it, we'd need a third of a train every 3 minutes would need to get here. Which is very achievable, absolutely. Depending on where you're taking it. If you're taking it all to the same place, that becomes a problem. If you're taking it to different places, not so much a problem. Yeah, and we can, even now we can load and unload very quick. When we get like blue inserters or purple inserters or the even faster ones, then the actual, like, the train will stop, be loaded in a couple seconds and off it goes. The main trouble is LTN's dispatching system and how far away your depot is in like that 3-minute window. But 3 minutes is a long time. If you've got super fast trains with good fuel, extra upgrades, so on and so on, you might even be able to use a single train to make that journey. A minute and a half each way, it's possible. We've run out of splitters, we've run out of inserters as well, thought we might. But like I said, I do want to flip this whole thing around, which is going to take a minute. I get the bots to turn them around. Maybe. Can I copy, flip, and force it down? No. Damn. Can we cut and paste? That's a good idea. Good idea. Let's do that from the map. Cut. Careful where the power poles end up. Cut. Flip. There. Paste. Yeah, I think so. Good. And then this we're just going to have to redo with enough inventory space to carry the ore that we pick up in the process. Somehow. Each robot needs another robot to come and pick up the item first. We need more power to charge them. No, every robot has gone out. No, we've got spare robots. Why aren't they doing it? They just don't feel like it. Yeah, they just don't want to work. Let's fly away, come back, yeah. That's woken some of them up. Kind of. But not all of them. Yeah, 30 of them won't do anything. Out of range of stuff and then come back maybe. Nope. 30 of them just don't want to work, so that's fine. What I'm going to do is cut these so more ore doesn't come as I'm reworking them. first one there. Let's go in that way. It's fine. There's the last one. Tomorrow's my free day. Yep. Yeah, tomorrow day off. Definitely sort out plans for next week's schedule tomorrow morning, and then don't know what I'll do actually. Talk to some artists. I say day off of streaming, but not of working. I'm still going to work on stream stuff. Just I won't be live. There's a lot of things I want to do tomorrow actually that I can't do while I'm streaming, so that do relate to what I'm up to. So we'll do that, and then still get some time off in the evening. I guess I will, definitely. Cook something nice maybe. Take a bit longer on it. And then Tuesday I'm not going to be streaming here. I'm going to probably play some more games with my friend Mondo, but on his channel, not this channel. Because I think 6 days a week live is too many, personally. Done it for a while, but it's a bit too much. I'll take kind of 2 days off from it. More like a weekend. Back on Wednesday with something new, I guess. Yeah, something new on Wednesday. Fun. Still haven't decided yet what I want to play. Okay. These ones are the ones that are more empty, so I'm going to push them the other way, I guess, this time. Free up a space here. Satisfactory? No. I'm sure I will enjoy it when I play it, but I don't believe it's ready. And I don't want to do another... I don't want to do 2 factory games at the same time. Actually, this time I don't want to do 2 complicated games as well, so like Anno was also complicated, and the people who want to come and watch something complicated can come and watch Factorio. Then when I've finished with Factorio, we can play something like Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere, or there's a few new ones coming this year as well that I'd be interested in trying. But yeah, not at the same time. That's to push that line into the gaps made by that. To do that, we need to push it in. Maybe this one should go the other way then. Or it is like before. That creates more gaps and that pushes it in. Yeah, not the other way, because that would be just trying to push it further right. We don't necessarily need to push it further right, just the two. Just the two. Maybe I'll do it a third time just for good luck. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Might be silly. And there we'll have 8 lines. Which need to come further than they did the other way, that's fine. Further and then turn. Work out where that's going to be. It's appear to be busy at the moment. Yeah. That'll be the first one. 8 lines there. Go. Tree in the way. Oh, of course. Silly me. That's not how they are currently lined up. That one is supposed to dead end. There. Right? Yeah. There. It's currently running there instead. Goes further over each time. There we go. That's better. Connect these up. Then can we get our robots to do something? I can do these belts pretty easily, but it'd be nice if they could do the ones like the splitters, for example. Turning them around would be helpful. They want to be helpful robots today. So you end up overwriting and stuff. No, I've still got a bunch of robots just not doing anything. Don't know why, don't understand. They've got instructions. We've got power. Didn't like the cut and paste, maybe. Not happy with it. We can try again, just to deconstruct everything. Deconstruct and then don't. We'll get one of them done right and then start again, I guess. Let's, yeah, deconstruct the middle line. Like I say, it's hard to turn around with the splitters there. rest of that's okay though. Maybe I only ever had 20 working at a time, I don't know. He counted them. How's that? Still missing some over here. Some over there. Good. Yep. Okay. Let's get this deconstructed and then copy paste that again freshly. Thinking about it, we're going to have 8 belts coming out of this. I'm going to have 8 wagons on a train. No real need to combine them together. We don't need a full belt. It doesn't help us in any way. We can send one belt of each into each warehouse ready to load, I guess. Although, it might be a good idea to balance them, perhaps. Yeah, probably a good idea to balance them. So we'll do 8 to 8. Or, like, I don't know how to make an 8 to 8, so I make 2 4 to 4s and then 2 more 4 to 4s. It should do the same job. Getting there, almost all down. There we go. Okay. Try again. Copy. Let's go in there. Okay, that's what we want. We need to go back, don't we, and get more inserters and stuff in order to actually finish this. But we need to go back and make the 8 warehouses anyway. We don't have those. Meteor defense is doing well today. Keep an eye on it every time that little pop-up comes in the bottom left, and we are destroying everything so far. You know, guess some could make it through any time. Shouldn't tempt fate, but seems to be protecting us well at the moment. I'm out of charge again because it's the middle of the night, I guess. Let's these poles put in, then I'll Tesla myself some more charge to get the bots happy. Yeah, there's 30 that we don't use. Maybe we've only ever used 20 bots at one time. Don't really know if there's a limitation on. Oh yeah, there is. Robot limit 20. Just never read that before. Okay. That'll be why. Missing some inserters there. Means they're going to be missing all along, doesn't it? Going in, not out. There we go. Good. Let's add them on all the way down. That should be cut shorter as well. But ones. There. That shorter, yep, that's all good. Run out of splitters already, that is the other thing we need to go get. Getting there. Definitely. Well, I don't know if this is overkill really. 6 full belts, 6 full red belts of iron isn't that much, really. 10,000 a minute sounds like a big number. Don't know how far it's going to go. It's certainly more than we're making at the moment. Is it? Is it? Yeah. It's like double what we're doing at the moment. Yeah. That's good, you know. Gives us some room to grow as we next tech up when we start doing space science. Which is still some way off, I guess. We're going to get a lot of stuff moved, like source of copper being smelted, source of stone being smelted. Need to get steel being smelted, which probably like to do from a different iron patch, like not taking this iron to be smelted to steel, but a different one. And obviously going to sort out all the coke and stuff for that process, which, if we do it in a bigger scale, will be interesting. Then we're going to do petrochemical again, or actually like sulfur and plastic and stuff. Needs coal. Complicated stuff left to do. I'm not sure even in the next session if we'll get into space. Really want like Somewhere that's got oil and coal in the same square to make plastic, for example, might be good. I don't know. One thing at a time. Let's finish iron and then look for copper, because that's the next simplest thing. I've built all we can, so we need more splitters, more inserters. Probably need to top up on belt. Definitely do. And then make the warehouses for the train stop. Another 8 of those big buildings. Another meteor shot down. Dump off this unwanted stone here. Go. Unwanted iron ore as well. Throw that in. Good. Inserters first, they're here. Go. Hopefully that's enough. Keep those drills safe there for a while. Don't need any more for the iron. Go on belt. Undergrounds. Need splitters, they're around the corner, there we go. That's enough of that. And then, yeah, making warehouses, we need concrete. Tons of steel. And then steel beams on top of that as well. 6, 7, 8. That's enough steel to do it if we get enough steel beams as well. 2. Fly over to our other place where steel beams are being made. Another 2. Fly back again. I guess just go back and forth getting beams until we have enough. Another 1. 5. Let's recharge ourselves while we wait. Three more we want to make. Could do 1 now. 50 beams makes another one. Finished recharging, good. So yeah, we just want to make 1 more as well, again. Over to the other one, see if that's backed up at all. Yep, there we go. It's the 8th, so we've got that. Do we have enough loaders? Maybe not. Do a train station, need quite a lot. Another couple of stacks of them. Okay, seems good. Let's head back over. I think we're good. We should set up more trains as well, ready. We don't need them to move anything yet, but Instead of like all 10, we've made 10 parking spots. Maybe we should make all 10 trains. Guy's gone and eaten a tree. Let's let him come home. Yep. Square over, I think. Yep. Good. Okay. Let them finish building then. The robots recharge as we go, bit by bit. Going okay. Almost ready to plug it all in. Okay. Looks like it's all built. Let's bring these lines over, I guess. Oh, we did do balancers. Let's do that again, just in case it does help at all. There we go. That's the first one. I was wondering why they're not going. It's because, of course, as I always forget, you need to set the recipe on them because of how things are modded. Do that in a second. Plug them all in and then we'll go set the recipes over them all. Would have been better if we did that before copy pasting, but never mind. That one's there actually. Oops. Ask them poles put in as well. Go. Okay, we're going to smelt iron plate from iron ore. Efficient way. Good. So we're starting where they've got the ore. Let's go actually plug the ore lines back in where I disconnected them, obviously. Those chests are the ones that I picked up while rearranging stuff and feed them into them to get rid of all that as well. Tidy up a little bit. We'll make the train station after that. This will be ready. We just have to repeat the process for some copper and then for some stone and then a different process to get steel. Sulfur, plastic, glass, silicon. I think that's everything we're currently using, so then we'll be good. I suppose lubricant is a particular concern in that it's a liquid and we're not going to have liquid trains, so they'll have to be put into barrels unless we can find some other way of moving it around. Empty all of this into them. Go empty the rest from the chest. We take a look at what those splitters I laid in are doing, see if they are doing anything constructive or not. That's all tidied up, that's nice. Okay. Not really, because this one's backing all the way up to the machines and causing them problems, so that's definitely not working. Idea is that one takes what's there and fills in the inside line, which it is doing. See that there? That does the same with all of them, so you should see in the second gap things are further to the right, and they're not. In the third gap they're better, but still not great. We'll try. Like we've done the second one twice, maybe we do the first one twice and then the second one twice. And that join them. Set the priorities. Better, but still not great. And specifically this outside line as well, even though we're balancing the sides. Like that shouldn't be happening. Yeah, like it just shouldn't be happening. But okay. It's definitely not the right way to fix the problem. I don't know what the right way is, so can't do anything better necessarily. Maybe we could try the balancer instead at some point. Maybe we can try that balancer that we just import with the copper if we have 10 lines of that and see what happens. But here we're getting like this line is not filled in and it needs to be, really. I think the balancer might do a better job of that. I do. For whatever reason now, as soon as I told it off, it's started working. Weird. What am I drinking? Just blackcurrant. I think blackcurrant? No, it's Vimto. It's grape and blackcurrant and something else, maybe? Blackberry, grape and... I don't know. Hang on. Into flavour. Mixed fruit, I know that. Which one specifically? Grape, raspberry and blackcurrant. Tasty. Yeah, now that these are backed up completely because the outputs are backed up completely, it doesn't really matter. We'll leave it. Like I say, we can try the 10 to 8 balancer that we saw with the next 10 things we have. Okay, so this is a loading bay, first to a locomotive and then other way around. They go in. Go, and then warehouses just like before. What have I done? I've gone too far south. The last two spots are blanks just to keep things central. Forgot. There we go. Good. Then we just need to bring those lines in. So the same way as we've done before, where they line in the bottom corner of each warehouse. think we should balance them somehow at least. So let's do one in the middle there, and then balancing all 8 I'm not sure we can have the space for. Unless we bring them up and down again, which, okay, let's I guess. Even then we need to use that space to go up. No, not going to bother. We'll do a 4 to 4 twice, but not combine them afterwards. Some amount of balancing, but not like the front half and the back half of the train, but not combined together. I don't know. It's something. Whatever. I don't think it's important at all, really. There. Over to that line. More, there we go. There we go. Why is that one empty? Ah, I missed a bit. There we go. That's better. Good. So that is ready to go. When we set something up that needs iron ore, we can configure. I guess we can actually configure it now. If I... No, I didn't bring enough materials with me to do that. Oops. We can do it. If I just take one of these smelters, change it to stone, put that in there. Might not be enough. Any rocks around here? Want stone for once. I'm usually complaining about it. Oh, that was plenty. That would make us a constant combinator and we'll make some wire. That's fine then. Put that back where it belongs. Okay, wire up the warehouses together. Bring that up here. Get in. And then constant combinator. This is going to be minimum train length of 10. Maximum train length of 10. Maximum number of trains 1. This is a provider. Providing currently 31,000 iron and growing. I'm not going to cap these at all. Like we could restrict it, but iron's something you always need tons of. If we do want to be able to come and collect once every 3 minutes, then we'll want a big buffer. So we're just going to let those warehouses fill all the way in. I'm fine with that. Kind of looks like the iron isn't making it to the end. Everything's lit up, so should be okay, but I did give them a lot of ore. And yeah, it's just this one that's not flowing right, but it's not. It's definitely wrong. But let's move on to copper, and if we find the balancer works better there, then we'll come back and redo this. I mean, we're going to come back and redo this anyway when we start enriching the iron, making even more of it. But that's good. For now, that's done. One thing we do need to do is rename the station. I'm going to rename the ones we're not using. Let's just take their names away, I guess. Not currently using. I could name them the right thing. No, that would confuse me, I think. I'll rename them all to the same thing to hide them all in the list. Okay. Work out what number I've assigned to it. It's like clockwise from the north is how I did it. It's all good. They're already named. So that's 1. Then clockwise from the north is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10 above that. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. This is 22. It's 22 east. Good. Back to base for a minute. Then going to need to get our rail gear together because we're going to need to lay down another square with some copper inside it. It's going to be needed. Find a good one, hopefully. Check the map in a second. Carrying to get rid of a bit more stone, like always. Everything else is kind of okay. Maybe we've got space, we can keep hold of that. We'll see. Pick up the rail and the signals and stuff like that. So check out what we've got. Got enough fuel. Yep, plenty of fuel. All of that. Should be enough rail. I'm going to take a bit more, and then more regular signals are needed. Enough stations just, but we'll need more for the next trip. We do after this one. Let's get more regular signals. Maybe some more chain signals needed. Not sure. Let's grab another stack of them, and then a whole bunch of them. Radars we got enough. Tesla coils we got enough, so we can place the next square. Where are we going to go? Okay, so if we keep going west, that one gets covered over, so that's not really a good one. If we go above the iron, that's not a bad one. There's mineral water under my cursor there, which like we've got no use for it at the moment. We will in the future, I'm sure. So we may not want to cover it over. There's plenty of other sources of it, so we can cover it over, I guess. Not a big deal. None there. There's none there. And that one's also in an awkward spot. There's copper right here, which is nearby and quite well positioned, really, to be with that depot. Either of them would be. Kind of like that, but then there's a whole bunch of coal in the middle, which, yeah, we would build over, I guess. East of the fuel, that's not aligned well. Let's starting copper is, but it's pretty much used up, so there's no point in trying to tap that. There's some a long way to the south, but if we came this far south, we would need a second depot would be necessary down here. I think that one's too far. So, an achievement for producing lots of iron. If we go there, there's also the uranium, which will get in our way and be a hassle. But it's a nice source of copper. How much is that? That's 55 million. This one's 64, so it's a bit more. Make iron walkways, yeah. For sure. Well, you need iron to make concrete, reinforcement, so we'll do a lot more concrete. I do want, it may take a very long time, but I do want all of the ground underneath everywhere to be concrete. Can't be having any of this earth stuff. Or the upgraded concrete from the mod, it's, what's it called? Reinforced plate. You add more to the refined concrete and it goes even faster walking speed. Don't see any better option, and the radars haven't uncovered any better option. 32 million there. I think this is probably the best one, 64 million. And it's right next to the iron, so it's kind of like it makes some sense to be there. Do some, yeah, constructing in that one. Yeah, we'll go for this one. It's a long, I know it's a long flight to keep going back and forth to over this far, but I'm fine with it. I just want to landfill, I guess, all of that. Up. Only a little of it is actually in the way, so we don't need to landfill it. Because I'd kind of like to. Unless we end up needing water in that area for some reason, and we don't need all of the space for the copper smelting. We know how much we need. It's right there. I fit fine in that space without covering it over. You can have multiple things in the same square. You can, as long as there's enough stations to handle the traffic. Yeah, let's not for now then. Let's tidy it up. Take as much landfill as we can over there and tidy it up. Square off the edges, get rid of the little pools, and then be able to build around it. I will want to clear more space in my inventory in order to bring more landfill than that. Get rid of little odd bits. Let's keep them blue chips safe. There. Just get rid of the raw materials and stuff. The wire for now. That's kind of it. Probably going to need more poles than that, actually. Let me dump some of those ones. Going to need more small poles than that, definitely. Let's dump off the underground belt. Loaders. Inserters, we're not going to use them on this trip. Let's do that, that's fine. Yeah, more power poles, got some of them here. Much landfill as I can fit in that gap, that'll be enough. Well, don't know if it'll be enough, but it'll be a good amount to work with. 1,000. Let's head out there then and start organising it. Oh, we can stamp it in. Bots can start building stuff as we go towards where the water is. That's where it's going. Lots of bots have flown off. Digging up rocks, yeah, okay. We can't fit it in our inventory, so let's leave the rocks here. for now. Oh, I can't until I... There we go. Try and avoid the things I've marked in the past. Nope, flew too close to them. Never mind. But another box of random rocks over here. There we go. Do we go? Start building now as we head west. And we'll want to change some signals as we go, so they need to come out. I don't even remember why anymore, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. It's all good. Get past the train station, check the signals on the other side. Don't want building in. Did I do that right there? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just these that I missed. Middle of the junction, which we don't want. That one's all good because there's no square next to it, so that's fine. And yeah, this is the water that we're going to tidy up. Everybody looking a bit weird because the such a sandy desert area, and we're going to landfill it with brown landfill. I'm missing some power poles because of that. Let's get that sorted while we're here. Rid of that puddle entirely. And then yeah, we'll carry on around after we've sorted more of this out. So mostly just going to square off the edges of any of the pools. Then depending on what space we need around them in the future, we may have to landfill more later. Go, and that lot. It's fine. Odd patches filled in. Should have enough landfill on us to do this all. Good so far. Where are we? Let's go straight from there. as well. Fill all that in. Good. That. Maybe we won't have enough landfill. Very friendly to the water. No, I don't think so. What we can. Just to make them tidy, neat squares we can pull water from in the future if we need to over here. Move that forward. There we go. No little dots anywhere. Just big squares we can neatly work with if we want to in the future. Lovely. Much better. We'll keep building this rail square out now as well. 1 quintillion cookies. You think you're done? Doesn't sound like enough. Although, I don't know, for one day, maybe that is. You can do another quintillion tomorrow. Built? No, it's not. There we go. Started today with 4 trillion cookies per second. Now 114. That's a big increase. You'll have to be very thankful to your grandmas for helping. Yeah, definitely decent progress. But did you have fun? That's the thing that matters most. You angered the grandmas again. Oh dear. Oh dear. Another grandma apocalypse. Cookie per second. I mean, does that eat? Well, when you pop them, oh, I see. You have to pop them to, yeah. You do actually have to keep clicking. Revoke the Elder Covenant. Okay, I see. Yeah. See that upsetting the grandmas, maybe? We have enough of everything. I think we are. That'd be good, and then need to switch our gear out again, go back to the mining drills. If we've got enough. Doubt we do. Need to feed more rare metal in to make some more. Must remember that next time we're back. core drills. Brought up enough. See? Yeah, I think, yeah, that's everything. Good. All built in. Yep, perfect. Great. Let's fly back to base. Get rid of all this stone again. Oh, we can pick up those chests we left on the way here as well to clear that stone out. They're not left there forever, hopefully. If we can find them. Oh, there's one. Good. I lost 15% cookies per second for 15 hours because you worship the wrong god. Oh no. How do you know who the right god is? Just random luck or... I have to read very carefully. Okay. Sure. Makes sense. Oh, I see. The broth cookies and golden cookies look the same. The ones are red, I see. Yeah. For some reason, hearing more and more about the game doesn't make me want to click cookies, which is weird because I feel like I should enjoy clicking cookies, but this sounds all a bit much. Too many cookies. What do I need? Put the landfill back for now. Ones I already didn't know. There's still golden cookies underneath. Oh. Sounds like I don't like cookies. Not really. No. No. Yeah, true. Yeah, you're not really playing. You're just like... You come back every now and then to upgrade a thing or whatever. Yeah. Absent-mindedly. Kind of thing. Yeah, watch numbers get big. Drills. Get more ore. Feed it in, make more drills. Take what we got so far. It's kind of... it's backing up with a nice amount, but more would be even nicer. What do I need for like a strong box? Yeah, let's make one of them. There we go. That will store some more, so each trip we have more available, I guess. Probably good. Idle game on Android you can recommend. Commute, yeah, if you're commuting, it does get boring. Although, if you drive to commute, you probably shouldn't play idle games. Yeah, on bus. Yeah, or train, or however you get there. Yeah, unless you're the driver. Sure. Pick up the drills, and we'll need belt. 305. Close to enough, but we'll see. Let's grab all that back. But we need more, actually, like belt. Definitely. Armory and machine on Android. Don't need that many underground. Seems like more belt. We'll see. Some gameplay there, but yeah, not much. More idle. Different from others. Oh, interesting. Bit unique. Yeah, different from other idle games. Yeah. That all we need for now? I think so. Just go out and start mining the copper on this trip, and then smelting next trip. Hopefully. Power poles. Yeah, we got enough. Yep. Yeah, good. Let's head back over. Only game that dude made. Oh, interesting. Is it like popular on Android? See how many downloads sometimes, can't you? Or unless they took that away. I mean, I've never heard of it, so I guess it can't be like that big. 500,000? Maybe he didn't make any more games because he didn't need to make any more games. Yeah. Oh, good numbers. Oh yeah, that's fine. Like, if it's a free game that you get to play for hours on end with nothing, then even intrusive ads are kind of fair play, to be honest. But yeah, when you played, yeah, don't know what's changed. Probably the same. Let's clear all the junk away from the patch. Can. Store screenshots only show the first part and nothing else. Could be to avoid spoilers, or could be because when he took the screenshots to upload, he couldn't be bothered to play far into the game. When I need a screenshot to make a YouTube thumbnail, it's often from early on as well. Yeah, it doesn't encourage people. Yeah, if they're the exciting parts of the game are later on, then yeah, absolutely. This patch is quite short. Don't know if we should mind the other way around. Probably not. We'll do it like we normally do. I've got a guide there, so can I just like copy paste this into it? Maybe. Some of them in the right place. Yeah, start with that and then add more to it, I guess. Trying to buy a quote on it. Light from the machine is the only light under the starless blackest sky. Yeah, interesting. As in, more so than other Android games usually are on their Play Stores, definitely. No game description. Very interesting. Approach to it. And achievements all over the place today. Don't want that, they're not making enough. That's not making enough. Probably is. I don't make enough, I mean it's not got enough to mine to last a good length of time. They're all good. That one, no. Definitely not that. Fine. That one. That's all good. Another row of poles. Expand out to this tip as well. That one's okay, but not there. That's good, and that. And that's a bit low. Leave that one. Definitely not that. 3K is not going to last very long at all. 12, no. That's 5, get rid of that. 2 is okay. 6.5 is not. The missing ones here. Got to fit on that edge. Yep. How many have we got there? They can join you. It's 24. That's trouble. That's all that. 41. Took one away. They could all go together as well. We'll leave it for now. We'll see. More to add down the bottom, okay. Changes it then. One up there, 71. Can do. Add them in. Take them away. That's good. Let them build the ones in the middle. That's that. That's only 12. How about all of that? 30. I want to combine them. So the last one's up, not down. Join onto there. This one goes down. Onto the end of there. Okay. What's going on over this side? Necessary belt. Got 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines. Slightly different. Not going to be a 10 to 8 needed. That was the longest line. 34, so that's fine. We want to balance the sides again. I don't know if it makes any difference at all, but I want to. Didn't seem to fix the problem I thought it did with the iron, so I doubt it's worth it. Still feel like it should be. Actually, I want to move that down. Consistent with the other side. Last one there. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Are we even going this way? Oh, it should probably be the other way up, shouldn't it? It's fine. Gonna do the smelting below it in order to get to that stop. These ones won't be used. Let's get them changed. The next from here, so if that's 22, this is 23. So to get to that stop would best be from down here, so the smelting output, I want to be down here. Can be up here, but I think down here would be better. Not even fit above. So we want the lines to be on the left hand edge. So we'll just join them at the top here and run them down the side rather than fiddling around trying to flip it up. That one's going to be... There would be nicest. And then can we simplify? How many is that? 134, which would be if it's 40 per belt, be 5 belts, right? 134 divided by 5. No, that'd be 4 belts. Yeah, of course, 160. Great, so we can do 5 to 4 rather than 9 to 8. That's fine to do here. 5 to 4. We should actually check, is it 8? Is that the number we want? It might not be this time. This is only 255 drills. It's nowhere near as many as the iron. 255 is different matter. Copper plate. With inefficient way. Those drilled out of the ground, which drills faster, it looks like. 1.1, no, slower. Slower, 1.1, not 1.2. Crafting time, 1.1. It's not how much you get, so crafting time depends. Don't know how that wording works, but I think faster. I think you get copper faster than iron, slightly. Still, we had how many? 255. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not far off. There, 9,400 against the 10,600, so like, yeah, 1,200 less copper from this patch compared to the iron from its patch. No huge difference. 250 furnaces to do that, is that? 188 against 250. Yeah, so we'll have one fewer lines. Will. 251 machines with what did we cut it down to? 36. So yeah, 7 lines that we need. Which I could have done by clicking that button and seeing 7 lines. Okay, that's also different then. We turn those 5 to 4. Can we turn these 4 to 3? It's 121. So if we've removed one drill, it'll be spot on. So we'll just keep it, whatever. But yes, we're going to turn these 4 into 3 and these 5 into 4. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know how to do that. Maybe we should import that book again to see how it's done properly. Hope we deal with it next time, for the sake of my sanity. If it backs up, all you need to do is do that. Job done. It's probably not going to, so I think like one of those designed balances is the better option, I believe. Obviously don't know. Yeah, I might research it between sessions, so it's that balancer usage, and then either come with more knowledge next time, or come with the book to import to just stick down the right kind of balancers, and then we'll watch them in action and see if they work well, what they do. I think that's the approach, but we are 7 hours 59 minutes in, so I don't think it's worth pushing my brain to try and work anything out at this point in time. I will save, have a quick look at what we've done today, actually, because it feels like a nice hefty amount of progress. Still want to get into space again soon, but it's going to be a while. We finished off the refining of the oil, all them refineries, the output from them, how we balance it, how we flare it, how we crack it with all of them, and then how we produce the fuel in the maximum potential. We actually got our initial rail depot built, configured, connected, got the trains actually functional in LTN, which is cool, and I managed to remember how you do it properly, which is great. So that's like working, functional. We can actually use it, we can move things by train. And then we've got iron being smelted within the train grid, which again, great progress. Copper, we're getting there. We'll get there very early in the next session as we know kind of what we're building, and then we'll have the 2 basic resources. We'll add on a couple more resources, a few more bits and pieces. It's probably going to take the whole of the next session to get all of the other materials we currently have available. So the stone, the steel, the glass, the silicon, sulfur, plastic. All of those I reckon will take the whole of the next session, and then we'll need another one to actually move the production itself into the grid. And it may be late on in that we're able to go to space and progress again. But all of these things we're making, the belts and the inserters and the machinery and the buildings, need putting into a grid to be made, and having their deliveries arranged and stuff, which will be fun to do, very fun to do. Just a bit of a tangent from the space stuff that's part of these packs, I suppose. So we are on a tangent for another few sessions, and then we'll get back to the actual regular progress of the mods. But I'm still having fun building all of this out and designing this rail grid. Like I say, first time I've used this kind of approach, and it's really interesting. I like trains, so I'm going to enjoy it for sure. But yes, not more tonight. Let's wrap things up. There we are. Thank you very much for joining me, everybody who's popped in, had a chatter or a lurker or whatever you've been up to. Appreciated, big time. The follows and all that stuff. Really loving it. You're welcome, Mondo. No problem. I enjoy streaming. That said, I'm having a couple of days off, of course. It's my weekend coming up, so Factorio will be back. I don't know when. I'm redoing the schedule for the coming week. I might just do one day of Factorio. Not sure about that yet, but we are going to do Factorio on Saturday for sure, next Saturday. that's certain, and then possibly a second day during the week. We'll have to just check the schedule page tomorrow afternoon after I've updated it to see what the plan is for the coming week, or just watch when I go live and see what I'm playing to work it out. Dragon got a 76 Freedom Train rail set. Sounds nice. Yeah. Long time since I had a train set actually laid out. Had the space to like lay it out and have it. Been a while. I'll stream next on Wednesday. That's known. I don't know about Tuesday. Me probably be on Mondo's channel. A bit more played up. A bit more something. Don't know. We'll find some fun games to play. I'm sure, no doubt. So there's a link to Mondo's channel. If you follow that as well, then you'll be able to find me on Tuesday. That's where I'll be. I'll be back on Wednesday with a new game. Probably something we've not played before at all. And I'm trying to find something maybe a bit more casual, less taxing on my brain to mix into the week. So, yeah, something different on Wednesday. It'll be 2 p.m. GMT like usual. So the times won't necessarily change this time, but the games are going to change around. And then we'll revisit the times at some point in the future, because I think maybe some shorter stuff would be better received, maybe. Don't know. You need to mix things up a bit at the moment, so I'm just going to try a few things out over the coming weeks. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, there'll be lots of streams next week anyway of exciting stuff. So do come join us for sure. That'd be lovely. What can we do for the rest of tonight? Anyone I want to raid into? Let's have a look who's live still. You've started to get into, but no one has streamed recently. It's Mercury Fallen. Don't think I've heard of it. Interesting. I'm going to write that down and I'll have a little look tomorrow when I'm sorting out the schedule. If it interests me, I can give it a go. We'll see. Some Outlaw Tavern is playing Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Interesting. No one in particular live who I feel like raiding today. I'm going to have a quick check of the game category. Who else is doing Factorio tonight? Don't want to raid anyone big. They got enough people. Who's my kind of size? Nothing there. I don't think I'm going to do a raid tonight. Nothing I feel like watching, so I'm probably going to call an early night instead. And if I'm not going to hang around, it's not great to raid, because I'd rather be able to engage with the other person. That works best on Twitch. Charging a group sent to terraform a world if something goes wrong. Oh, for like 1,000 years. Oh, I see. Interesting. Interesting. I'll take a look, like I say, and see if I like it or not. No, but it doesn't serve me, Mondo. Like if I raid into someone and then I'm just not going to hang around, it doesn't help me in any way. But you need that connection, and it needs to be genuine in order to like contribute to the thing. Radio bell normal. It's common. Yeah. Most people like, especially when you finish an 8-hour stream, most people will just not hang around. But there you go. Everything has to be profit. No, it doesn't. But it's disingenuous to just like throw around and then disappear. It's not a genuine interaction, and I want my interactions with people to be genuine. So it's not going to be meaningful. Then I'm not going to do that. It is the reason. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it makes more sense if you've got like 100 people and you're going to go and contribute to their channel as well, obviously, or whatever. If you've got someone specific you want to support, but you know, if you're not feeling it, you shouldn't just raid for the sake of raiding. It's not the right move, you know. Absolutely. So yeah, no, we will just wrap up for tonight. So whatever you guys are up to next, do have a good one. Hope you have a great time, and obviously hope to see you again soon to play some more things. See you in the coming week. But, thank you very much for being here, and good night.